taste of your lips. I just can't throw you out of my mind. You bloom like flowers.
Of your lips, I just can't throw you out of my mind. You bloom like flowers. Of your lips, I just can't throw you out of my mind. You
Not exactly clear whether they even truly exist or could be shown to in the physical universe. If they do, if one day physics finds a use for them, that's great. But if not, that's great too. That would mean that we have, with this brain, a tiny thing, a septillion times smaller than the tiny planet it lives on,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the most roguish of heels, D Rogue Heel, coming to you. Sorry for the long wait. Oh my god, it's almost I was off for basically like an hour, just like chilling out, man. Yeah, sorry, I had to take care of a couple of like last minute things. I didn't realize it was gonna take so long. Well, hopefully you're listening to some cool tunes from Pretzel Rocks. Let's go, let's playing right now. I tried like doing like a bunch of other like playlists here, man, but the show playlist is probably like my favorite. All right, let's start the show. We're literally just gonna be watching like a bunch of videos because I'm eating, drinking coffee too, and then we're gonna actually play like Destiny 2. Grandmaster Nightfalls are up. It's double Nightfall week for GMs. One of my favorite scout rifles, the adept version, is dropping, so we're gonna be grinding out for that too. I'm probably gonna run like the lowest level Nightfall a couple of times too, to get the non-adept version of it, so I can get that, because there's no guarantee too. And unfortunately this week's GM is not that great. Our Nightfall on Grandmaster is not that great, so we're gonna go ahead, watch a couple of these videos first while I eat, drink some coffee,
and then I went to sleep.
And then we'll move on from there. Capture. Playing some Path of Exile. Here. I get to move all this stuff over here.
Immediately woke up, and what do I face?
Just my
What
dashboards.
am I faced with as soon as I wake up in the morning, dude? What do I see first thing on my mother timeline, dude? What do I see? I see people chirping at me for a light ass tweet from like 2 years ago where I said Amber Heard has got her fit on looking like Mao, and people were just like, you should be murdered, you should be killed, because that's how. Okay, I'm sorry, but she got your ass.
Now that he said
she
that, I can't
didn't.
unsee
But
it.
She didn't. Hassan being canceled, but she got your ass. No, she didn't. All you dumb reason why people literally get away with this shit. No.
Yeah, why is it on this one? Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, there we go.
No, I hate this. Yes, she did. I don't even hate her. I hate you, my community, because you don't have anything. You just immediately go, oh, dude, shit, sorry. Like, what do you mean? Like, listen, that hair comment was out of pocket. Yes, it was. It was. I wanted her to be sad. I'll be honest. The issue is that, like, it's a contentious subject, and I am far too comfortable.
What? You wanted her to be
sometimes
sad?
speaking on
What type
black
of fucking
issues as a white
sycophant
guy.
are you?
Okay, that's it. But it was like I was being petty. I was being insanely petty. Let's be real. Okay, I was being super petty and very
Sick
comfortable,
motherfucker,
and
man.
Thought, you know, that's something I could say. Will I ever apologize for it publicly? No, because none of those demons give a shit. And also, secondly, like, you know, I'm bald. Obviously, it's a little bit different when it's a black woman. We already know that. Not even gonna get into it. But like, come on, guys. She dug up a 2-year-old tweet that's like light as. You know what I mean? It's not even like aggro. Like, it's crazy. That's what happened this morning. That's what I was dealing with this morning. Said he had the bald
Jesus.
pass. Yes. You should have said she's giving Mao energy. Yeah. Normally, the reality is that, like, in any other circumstance, it would be totally valid. It's just like, because it's me, it's not valid. You know what I mean? Not only am I a white guy, a white man, okay, yuck, obviously. I understand, you know? But also on top of that, I'm a white man speaking on a black woman's hair and making fun of her hairline, which is a very touchy subject, okay? There's a racial component there, okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. I get it.
Oh,
Should've
really,
ignored
Hassan?
it. Man, you say this, but it's like, it's so annoying because like anytime somebody says some shit, it gets like 20K likes. You know what I mean? It's how about you ignore it? Like, to be fair, she told you. Yeah, I said that after she told me to myself. Like, what are we doing here? She literally said, "Is it working? Are you gonna yourself?" So I turned around and said, "No, of course not." But
I mean, listen, if someone was like, "Hey, man, how about you just go like, kill yourself in a video game?" You know, on the internet, that's just like, all right, we're not dealing with like the sanest of person here, so I get to stretch my morality a little bit and then go all out. You know what I mean? Let's be fair.
also, I mean, here we
What's that say in the back? Best bet TikTok?
We can get into it if you want. By the way, this isn't some random entity. She's got like 4 million followers on TikTok. Everyone can suck my dick if you think like Hassan is going after like a small, small bean, tiny black lady. How up? It's like, bro, she's not a random. She literally out of fucking nowhere, okay? She out of nowhere literally swung for no reason. I woke up.
Oh
and
my
in between
goodness.
her thirsting after logic, which is infinitely more problematic in my opinion than anything I've ever said or done. Okay, she's a big content creator who went bananas mode for no reason. Like, what the is this? I didn't say nothing. This is an old ass tweet. I said Amber Heard wearing her Let 100 Flowers Blossom fit. It's true. It's a good
Jesus.
tweet. She also cropped the fucking date. I hate it when they do that just to make it seem like I just said that or something. Yeah, she was doing it on purpose. Here's the problem though. That's a funny tweet. Let's say she's trying to farm.
She's clear. I don't know if she's like being serious. I don't even know the person too. He's clearly farming. He's like, you could tell. Like, I could tell. I've watched Hassan enough, his clips anyway. I don't think I can sit through like an entire Hassan stream, but like, I've watched Hassan enough to know he's farming content at this point. He knows he is the content. If you don't realize this, get a brain. Like, what was it, like the Scarecrow? No, Tin Man was the heart. The Lion was courage, or balls, I guess. Yeah, the Scarecrow was a brain. Get a brain like the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. He knows he's the content. He puts stuff out there to see what's going to hit, and he waits for the reactions, right? It's the same thing with, like, Austinox, too. Now, someone like Chud Logic, on the other hand, he's principled with his stance, too, because you know his background, too. Hassan just knows. He knows he's the content. So, whenever whenever he says something or does something and it hits him, people are like, oh, Hassan said something. Then the Hassanabi industrial complex kicks in. All the clip channels come in. He gets to farm all the clip channels because maybe they caught something that he didn't get to catch, and that's a good week, 2 weeks worth of content. He knows he in of itself is the content. So as long as Asanox says something, as long as he says something, he gets to keep clicking on the go live button. And hey, listen, good for him, man. He is the content in of itself too, and obviously he does still cover politics and all that too, but he knows he's the center. He knows that the people come in, they worship the golden calf that is Hasanabi. All those chatters in this chat too give him the money, so he maintains the Twitch industrial complex. You know what I mean? So I joke, but I also don't joke at the same time too. He's smart enough to know he does have professional media training. Say what you will, he does know what he's doing. So I do kudos to him too. Do I think he believes the stuff that he says too about like socialism and whatnot? I actually do believe it too. I actually do believe it or not. I don't think he's just putting something on. I think he does believe it too. Now, is it a sincere belief, or has he like forced himself to like believe it too? It's like you're getting high on your own supply, so you get addicted to it. It's the same thing with like belief systems. You can like pretend to believe something long enough to the point where you actually start believing it yourself. You know what I mean? Like when you look at a lot of like the right wing grifters that are online too, you can tell a lot of times like the quartering and like Charlie Kirk, they're grifting. They're conservatives, but they don't go as hard in their private lives as they do like when they go click like live or do it like a YouTube video or something like that. But Ben Shapiro consistently, and Matt Walsh, those motherfuckers believe in the shit that they say. Like Matt Walsh does hate trans people. Like No, to all the trans people out there, if he could, he would kill each and every one of you. Personally, if he could. In a video game, of course. But like, and Ben Shapiro, he would make you all disappear. Like, he would make it so difficult. He wouldn't be so brutal as like Matt Walsh would, but like Ben Shapiro would make it so difficult you for transition. It would be in your best interest not to transition. Same thing with gay people. He would have you live in the closet to the day you die a slow, miserable, and painful death. Internally, of course. And in a video game. Like, those two motherfuckers, they actually believe in the shit that they believe in. Him, I don't know yet. I think my meter is like he actually does believe in it too, but he doesn't. It's like a surface level understanding of what it is too. Because when he's been challenged, like on his belief system too, depending on who's challenging him, it depends. Like, he does a good job too, because he is rhetorically like effective. Not like a Destiny or Vosh, but like he can hold his own against like the average Twitch streamer or average streamer. Or like chatter online too, and for his audience that's good enough too. But good for him, he knows what he's good at, he keeps it up too, and he's making a lot of money doing it too, and he'll do it until he decides not to do it, or like there's nobody coming into his chats and watching his streams anymore.
Right, and that's okay. She goes, was this not funny? Kind of.
He is an excellent capitalist, and I congratulate him on that too, because the greatest of capitalists are the ones that tell you that they're not capitalists, but they actively participate in capitalism and benefit from its fruits and splendor too. And this is coming from somebody who actually has no issue with Hasan whatsoever. I don't have an issue with them too. I just think like his takes can be like lazy and like kind of compromises like his belief system when you really like break it down to like his shit on Ukraine, and generally like the left's, like a lot of lefties view on Ukraine how they should just like bend over and let Russia basically like fuck them up the ass, you know? Like, I just don't understand how that's like the left perspective, like on Ukraine. I thought you guys were the anti-fascists. I thought you guys, I say to those guys, I feel like I'm being separated out from like the left. I think I'm on the left too. But like this idea that like we should bend the knee and allow Ukraine to like have Ukraine like bend the knee to Russia and take like what, like 1/3 of their country away from them too. They already took Crimea from them. 2014. I felt we should have did something then. Obama was skittish about it too, but I'm glad Biden fucking is like back in Ukraine now, because I think he understands like if the Russia's gonna keep going, they'll wait like another like couple years, like like this region of Ukraine now, like Mariupol, the southern Ukraine from Crimea up to Mariupol is really like ethnically Russian, and like they're crying out for like Russian control. You know, the next thing you know, like it's a decade later, and like there's no longer a NATO anymore, and like the Russian flag's flying over fucking London. Like, come on, man. I can't believe like the left is like doing like circles, like bending the knee to Putin too. And it's not even like the fucking MAGA communists or like the MAGA tankers or where the fuck they call themselves too. It's like actual people who are on the left too, who I generally agree with too. But like the Ukraine thing is just like, oh, nuclear war. It's not gonna happen. Okay, if it does happen and we all die in a fire, come at me, and then you know, if I'm not already dead, you can tell me I was fucking wrong. But like, I don't think that's gonna happen too. Don't get me wrong, like your fears, I understand like where your fear is coming from too, but the levels at which like an actual nuclear war would happen are so few and far in between. It would have to hit like so many people, and there's enough people in that chain, and there's a reason why there's so many people in that chain. They make it so difficult too, even in Russia. The people are like, hey, no, Vlad, because if that ever got to that point too, I promise you, there's some oligarch who enjoys the system that he's currently in right now, and some Russian general out there saying, nah, Vlad, you know, I think it's time for you to, you know, retire. That's literally what would happen too. And then someone would say, oh, he took his own life. It'd be one of those situations, you know, covert intelligence things.
Not unsure where the hate is coming from. Why would it be funny? Crying, laughing, lol. It's like, why are you the comedy detective? It's not like I'm being racist or sexist or anything like that. You're just being the comedy detective at that point, which is really fucked up. Where's the black part of this? Hold on, we're gonna get to that. Please,
we're gonna be getting to that, folks.
Don't do this. I know half of you. Here's the problem. Half of the people in Hasan Twit in my fandom. Okay, don't act dense. You contributed to the dogpiling. You are the dumbest person on the planet. Okay,
let's go over here.
And Johnny Depp both suck. Okay, they both do. They both suck. Sorry, I don't give a shit what you think about it. if you think that
Do they both
this
suck?
tweet,
Yeah, they both kind of suck too. If you were actually like honestly watching the trial too, like don't get me wrong, she's fucking crazy, but like Johnny Depp's not exactly like the sanest person on the planet too. In reality, they're both like at fault to certain degrees. I would argue like she's probably like 1 or 2% a little bit more at fault too with some of the outtakes that she like did. Go back and like listen to like people like commenting on it too, to the things that like Johnny Depp's like attorneys brought up like during the trial too. But it was weird. The main issue I had was it became like this weird like CCC when like women, you know, women bad, like they'll take everything from you, like all that, bro. No, okay, this is like your typical two wealthy people who never should have gotten married, got married, and drama ensued. Okay, this is very typical of like people in their positions who have a lot of money, who are probably not mentally all right in the head. Johnny Depp, very much so, and they never should have gotten married. They're basically, because Johnny Depp's rich and famous, she's hot and famous, and she's got some money too. They never, and frankly, they're just not good people. All right. From everything like you've heard there too, Johnny Depp's not without sin either. Okay, he has a much longer history in Hollywood about the shit that he's done. You know, she's still like relatively young too, and there's probably some things like in her past that like you can probably like bring up that I can't recall at the moment too. But like they never should have gotten married, and it's just that's all it was. And people like overblew it too, and it was so weird, the reaction. I was just like, dude, there's just like two people who are very much like varying degrees of fault. Who in reality is like the trial went on. I'm like, bro, they're really like bad people. Like they're just like fucking nuts. So don't worry, folks. All you women hating incels out there. Don't worry, she's essentially canceled. Okay, I think they still kept her. I don't know if they still kept her in Aquaman 2 or they replaced her with let's see, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones cast. Here we go. I don't know, because I think Emilia Clarke there, I keep forgetting her name too. She's actually like really good, but like this role, like I haven't seen her do anything else besides this. I don't know if they like replaced her with Emilia Clarke. I know she's in Secret Invasion too. The stars of The Last of Us right there too. She hasn't really been doing anything either. He's been doing like some small things here and there. Jason Momoa, Ozzy's Jason Momoa. He's actually been in quite a few things too throughout his career too. But Game of Thrones was definitely like his big awakening too. But I'd love to see something else with him too. She's been in few things. She was in the Fast and Furious, the later movies too. So she's pretty much set. She also did like these two things with like Kevin Hart too. When him trying to play like an action star, it's as dumb as you think it is too, but they're actually like pretty fun to watch. It's kind of like turn your brain off and put it on cruise control. He did Richard Madden here. This guy's an amazing actor. Sean Bean, of course, is an amazing actor. Jerome Flynn, he's absolutely amazing. He's in one of the spin-off series like 1923 in spin-off of Yellowstone. Yellowstone series is fucking fantastic. Alfie Allen is absolutely amazing. Ian Glenn, Storm Morma. They had a great cast here too. But Richard Madden is fantastic. God damn, he's my age too. He's in Bodyguard. If you see nothing else, I really wish Eternals worked, man. But you know, I think he should come back as something else too. But if you see nothing else besides Game of Thrones, watch him in Bodyguard too. Yeah, he was actually in 1917. He's a great actor in my opinion too. And let me tell you something right now. If you see him in Bodyguard and you see him in Game of Thrones, this motherfucker bulked up. Like legitimately. He like bulked up. Bodyguard, very good show on Netflix too. And it's literally what it is. He is a bodyguard for the Prime Minister of England at the time, who is in the front of the photo too. And ironically, it's about him. So yeah, he's actually done some stuff too. I should really see some of his older work. Sometimes you kind of just like, you see these guys like come in too. I've seen her before. She is the Prime Minister, I believe. Yeah, I've seen her as Spooks. That's where I remember her from, Spooks and Line of Duty. She was quite excellent in all those. She was very good in Bodyguard too. Yeah, but definitely check out Bodyguard with Richard Madden. All right, back to Hassan and his takes, I guess. Defending like an old tweet he made about Amber Heard, I guess, in the trial. Yeah, unironically too. By the way, he wasn't the only one like making that tweet too. Other people were commenting about it too. Dylan Burns, I think, said it. Carter said it too, but I don't think it was in response to like Hassan saying it too. I think everyone thought it too. I remember it was like, well, I remember when I watched this, I didn't stream it, unfortunately, which wasn't great content. I was watching this too. I'm like thinking, why does that outfit look so familiar? It was either the Carter tweet or the Dylan Burns tweet that mentioned it, and I was like, yeah, that is it too. And I thought it was hilarious.
Contributed to the dogpiling. You're a idiot. Okay, that's it. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. You're an extremely online, incredible.
This is such easy content for him too, to talk about like someone like dogpiling on him and everything too. It's so fucking crazy, man, how easy the content is for him to make. Knicks are in the playoffs too. I think I'm going to stream it exclusively right here on Twitch. The game. Oh my god, are we going back to like how like Anna Echenko like anti-trans?
Stupid
oh
person.
My god.
Anyway, people getting so upset about this when this isn't even like
Glory to
shitting
Ukraine.
on them, by the way. It's not like I'm, anti-Mao, you know what I mean? He had some good ideas. He had some things that he did that I,
no.
don't have an issue with.
Okay.
Not a big fan of the Soviet split,
no.
but hey, listen, it's a joke.
Let me go
and
back
not even all
to.
that bad, but not even all that aggressive.
I'm streaming on YouTube, so I don't want to get fucking banned. I want to get banned on YouTube for streaming.
I'm uncharitable about the way I perceive this. I'm uncharitable about the way I perceive this, and I think that you're a bad guy. You're a piece of shit. You're trafficking children, even. You know what I mean? And people are just like celebrating, going, y'all are still packing him up after all these years. I love the song. No, nobody is getting packed up. None of this shit matters. You're a fucking loser on Twitter, please. I'm a fucking loser on Twitch, but you are somehow an even bigger loser on Twitter. And then you're going to take that and you're going to be an even bigger loser on TikTok, and it's going to get a little bit of prominence. All you're going to do is make people go, oh, Hassan, that guy's fucking racist, and move on. Meanwhile, there's like actual fucking Nazis out there. Go deal with them.
What?
You laid the himbo trap and you stepped
What are
in.
you like talking about, dude? It's Twitter, my guy. Come on, man. You're a public figure. You know better than that. I mean, he's farming. Don't get me wrong. It's like he can make like better arguments, than this. Come on, man. You're not. I know he says he's a dumb guy. I know people believe he's not a dumb guy. You don't get to the point that he's at right now without being both actually like having like actual intelligence and like emotional intelligence. Right? I forget what it's not called actual intelligence. There's an actual term for it too, but he's both like emotionally intelligent and like he is actually like intelligent. You know what I mean? Like traditional intelligence too. I know he says that too. It kind of like softens the blow and feeds into like a certain image he has, but yeah, I think so. I think he's both.
So here's what happened. I said Lamau, which is to this. Which is unacceptable, of course, because that's a microaggression, okay? 21,000 likes. I said, Lamau, classic. And this person responded, God, I love this song. I cannot stand Hassan. He has a track record of going after women and degrading their intellect. He's been extremely anti-black after a joke he made about Nicki Minaj about her being anti-vax and how the people on her side don't like her and think she should be at the back. Plus, I don't even know what the she's saying. And then, of course,
who are these people?
Goes, always. Really just do
Who
not
are these
like
people that he's talking about? It's like cons when they bring up like Twitter user like SJW Queen Lover 6969, and it's just like then you click on the link, then you click on like the profile. It's like the account's been active for like 2 weeks. They follow like 1,000 people, but only like 2 people follow them. It's like, okay, this is clearly like a bot account, Oh my god, this is the king of. This is a fucking 15-minute segment. You kidding me? My god, man.
Really, just do not like myself at all as a person. Like I am a piece of shit. This is basically what everyone is doing on Twitter, myself included. I'm included in this. Of course, I have financial security. Of course, I have success in some capacity. I also hate myself. Everyone does that. Everyone on Twitter that does that is doing.
What the fuck is he talking about now? Oh my god, I'm like having a hard time. I'm having like a hard time like following Hassan right now. Usually I can speak Hassan. It's the same way like he can speak XQC. I'm not gonna lie to you. XQC speaks really, really fast. Dude, I have to slow down the speed to like at least 0.75 or 0.5 sometimes, because I do not understand how fast he is. But Hassan can speak XQC. Also, he's got the side eye with the chat too, because his chat goes by like really fast and he catches it. Remember when he was reacting to the Meat Canyon video and he saw the soy boy Hassan? That I was like, I didn't even catch that. Now I see it because he saw it. But it's just like, he's got skills, man. He says he's dumb. That's skills right there. Not very useful skills, maybe for him, because he can farm it, but skills nonetheless.
Doing it. They're doing it for that reason. Start suing the people who defame you. That's insane, dude. I said it's literally the same every time. People
I'm already getting like bored of this.
Posting the pain away to
These segments, they're fun for like maybe like 5 minutes, like a 5-minute vid.
Out there. I mean, these motherfuckers literally yell about a tweet that I didn't.
I have a story here for you. This is one of those things that should be a big deal. It should be a big story, but it's barely a blip on the radar because our media is totally broken. So shout out to—
Oh my god, Kyle. Okay. You hate mainstream media. Okay. I get you too. Now, with that being said, somebody is eventually going to cover it. This is not the only story. There's like many other stories just like this too concerning abortion. I promise you. I don't know if they're going to like pick it up too. I think now too, because there's still a lot of talk that Glenn Youngkin might throw himself into the Republican primary. If I was him, I would not do it now. There's too much instability. Because I don't think like voters would, if it's a choice between like Ron DeSantis and like Donald Trump and like Nikki Haley's in there too, not many of them are going to pick like Nikki Haley. You're going to be like the third, maybe the fourth choice. You know, you don't have, just continue to build like your national like profile if I was Glenn Youngkin. However, things like Kyle's going to be talking about is only going to energize Democrats, because let's say he does throw himself into the race, and let's say he gets a nomination, it's going to be stuff like this that's going to get brought up easily too, and other things too, anti-trans bills, anti-intellectual bills, like anti-CRT bills, things like that too. You know, he is not as right-wing as people think he is. However, he goes along with all the right-wing stuff too, because he's very insulated. He is very, very insulated in Virginia, right? Now, I don't know how the districting process works in Virginia. I think it's skewed toward the Republicans, but you got to understand too, Republicans now are so very insulated now, so they don't care about like any more moderate voices or left-wing voices anymore. Everything is so redistricted up the wazoo now. They're number one, they're not competitive anymore. So if they're in competitive districts, you tend to moderate yourself a little bit because you want to get as many votes as possible. That's not the case anymore. You saw that in Tennessee. None of those Republicans there in Tennessee are afraid of losing re-election because their districts are so gerrymandered. Only like essentially the most like right-wing Republicans are probably going to win in those districts too. So a lot of them are probably not as right-wing as that too, but they have no problem like voting for passing a bill like this. And there's a ton of like anti-democracy bills, like voting bills that are being passed left, right, and center, especially in Republican-controlled state houses. So I was actually like, here, streaming content for stream. I was gonna read this, but I'll just go ahead. You guys can read it too. There's like several like voting bills too. Now, when I say anti-voting bills, I don't want you guys to think like, oh, he means that you're not going to be allowed to vote. No, they make voting so much harder for you that it curbs your ability to vote and want to vote too. Because if you're really like watching what happens, you can still like vote and you're like, you know what's going on too, but a lot of people don't know. So voting enthusiasm goes down, and as a result, Republicans maintain control. That's what happens. And you're going to see too that in some of these bills, and I'll just talk about this briefly, they specifically target democratically controlled areas too. Can I not like post links in here? Well, hold on. Do I have to do it in my main chat here? Oh my god, I have to turn off. I'll turn off link protection. Hold on, because I actually do want to share this. This is like so silly. Why do I have to keep continuously sign in? Listen, for the people over at Kick, and Train, if you eventually watch this, if you can get link protection. Okay, let's try this now. No, still doesn't. Do I have to do this? Well, here it is here, folks. I don't know what's going on here, too. So I might as well just put that back on too. But you can go ahead and like take a quick read of this too. Which ones here? It's Senate Bill 1750. These are going to get signed into law too, which would eliminate the position of election administrator in counties with a population of 3.5 million or more. That seems oddly specific, right? Democratic stronghold Harris County is the only county with this many people. Senate Bill 1993. Which would give the Secretary of State the authority to order an election to be run in counties with a population of more than 2.7 million. Again, only Harris County has this many people under certain circumstances. What those circumstances are, you can go ahead and read the bill. Once again, I cannot... Huh. That is so weird. I turned it off. Is it just like by default that I can't do it? Or is it the other chat bot I have there too? I think I might just unmod the other bot too. So let me just go ahead and do that now. Because if I don't do that... It asks me every single time to do this. Okay. Out of curiosity, too. Create a dashboard. Sorry. There's another like chat bot. Does anybody know like what I'm talking about? It was here we go, live bot. Here we go. You gotta love live bot. By the way, live bot's still down too, by the way. So don't go ahead and bother. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and just protect that. Okay. Yeah, I do not understand what it is too. I can link it in YouTube, no problem. But yeah, so there you go. So, well, let's go ahead and play the Kyle video.
Michael Sonato, who is a labor reporter for The Guardian. He does some phenomenal work. Look at this. Thousands of people with disabilities in the U.S. work for employers that pay sub-minimum wages. Some for as little as 3 cents an hour. 13 states have banned the sub-minimum wage for people with disabilities, but these efforts still face aggressive opposition. So he did some reporting on this. Now, look at what just happened in Virginia, which, by the way, I'm basically a part-time resident in the state of Virginia now. Look at this. Republican Virginia Governor Youngkin amends bill that would end sub-minimum wage for workers with disabilities to keep current workers at sub-minimum wages until 2030. And then he has some reporting here from the American Independent.
Out of your
Governor
fucking
candidate
mind.
connected to
And
firm-
you're wondering why people don't want to work for like some of these companies too. You kidding me? 11 cents an hour? Who can survive on that, man? Even with like disability payments.
that pay disabled workers 11 cents an hour. This is who runs the country. These are the elitist ghouls that are in control. They're the donor class. They're the billionaires. They pay the politicians. They are the politicians. This guy was a Carlyle Group ghoul.
Yep.
Think about what we're talking about here. Sub-minimum wage for workers with disabilities. And he was connected to a firm that paid disabled workers 11 cents an hour. How is this allowed? How is this acceptable? This allowed? I never understood. How is this I remember the whole concept of like, well, yeah, we have the minimum wage, but then we have exceptions to the minimum wage. Like, for example, if you are a bartender or if you're a waiter or whatever, there's like, no, if you work for this, you can make like $4 an hour or whatever. It's like, what? What are you talking about? You can't have the minimum wage and then be like, well, in this area, we don't. Okay, then do we really have a minimum wage? It only applies to certain jobs in certain industries? That seems like a terrible idea.
Just about so, yeah.
And so I never liked that idea in the first place. But now we're learning it's also the case for disabled workers, right? So by the way, what happens with these disabled workers? They might get a disability payment from the government or from Social Security or whatever, but they're certainly not living comfortable lives. And also, by the way, you can make an argument that you probably have more taxpayer funds involved.
Don't worry, we're getting into we're talking politics, but don't worry, we're gonna be whatchamacallit. We're going to be watching some fun videos.
If they're working, why not force the business to pay them a living wage so they can do better and the business stops acting like a parasite? I mean, that's what happens. We've covered the story with like Walmart, for example. They pay their workers so little that the workers have to run to Medicaid and have to run to food stamps or the SNAP program. And it's like, well, hold on. Then you have taxpayers subsidizing these low-wage workers when you could just force Walmart, who has the funds, to pay them a living wage up front. So Walmart gets to make colossal profits, but the taxpayer has to jump in and bail out the low-wage workers who work at Walmart. No, make Walmart actually pay them a living wage. I'm also happy with having a very good social safety net. I'd love that. I'd love universal health care and all those things. That should all exist already. But make the corporations pay them a living wage. Now we're talking about disabled workers making sub-minimum wage, and he changed the law to make sure they can continue to make sub-minimum wage. How is this anything except disrespectful and pro-poverty for disabled people?
Yep.
It's just they realize we can take advantage of these workers, what they would view as unskilled workers, and so they pay them next to nothing. That's astonishing, man. And this is all at the same time. You guys know this. If we just had the minimum wage be equal to what it was in the late 1960s, the minimum wage would already be over $10 an hour right now. So we have a lower minimum wage than we did in the late 1960s in real terms when you adjust for inflation. That's amazing. If you had the minimum wage simply kept up with the productivity of the worker, it would be over $20 an hour right now. I mean, if you had to keep up with the wage growth of the wealthy, it would be over $20 an hour right now. Workers are getting hammered. They're getting screwed. And they are trying to take advantage as well. Since we have what's called a tight labor market, low unemployment right now, right? It gives the workers some leverage. So what are they doing to try to screw the workers? Well, you see it. A bunch of red states. Now you have, they're loosening child labor laws. Why?
That's
they want
right.
cheap labor, so kids, disabled workers who they can pay less than minimum wage. This is all unacceptable. We need sectoral bargaining in this country. We need the right to a union. We need a strong minimum wage because they will take advantage of anything and everything. And they're doing it. Imagine paying a disabled worker 11 cents an hour. He was linked to a firm that did that. Imagine axing a minimum wage increase for disabled workers. And you're not going to see anybody talk about this on CNN. You're not going to see anybody talk about this on MSNBC or Fox News or the nightly news. They just view this as par for the course. It is not par for the course. This is capitalism being vicious and hurting the most desperate among us. So again, shout out to Michael Sonato. Phenomenal reporting. Unacceptable. And everybody should be outraged by this. But again, you're not going to hear a peep. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Oh,
Click the bell
yeah.
as well for notifications when
I'll give
videos
Kyle a
drop.
like, too.
And watch
The mainstream media thing, too. There's a lot of stories going out there, too. But stuff like this, though, I think should be actively reported, especially by, like, the left wing of, like, the media. Like, essentially, at this point, it's MSNBC. Like, if you look at what's going on CNN, too, man, they're trying to make, like, a hard, like, right. But it's the same thing. When like Democrats who run for office who try to take on like right-wing policies and talk like Republicans, moderates and Republicans that want to vote like that way, they're gonna vote for the actual Republican. You know what I mean? Like it's just I just don't understand it too. But I wish like more mainstream media would do it too. But like the kind of the attacks that he's doing is just like, all right, I get it, Kyle. You're alt media, I get it. You don't like mainstream media too, because sometimes when I'm watching like MSNBC, like, why are you talking about this? This doesn't seem like that important to talk about. What about all this other stuff too? But you do have alternative media too. I don't like as much as like people like Destiny and like some other folks too, like kind of rail on it too. I think it's important to have these different voices too. However, the big difference between like alternative media and mainstream media, they've been around for so long, they essentially do have like a code of ethics, and there's a line they won't cross. At least like the CNNs and MSNBCs. Fox News is just like, we'll fucking lie to you every day. That Dominion lawsuit's proving that much as well. But like with these guys though, there's plenty of bad actors, alt media too. But I would argue like Kyle and Crystal, Sagar not so much, but Kyle and Crystal, Ryan Grimm, The Intercept, Sam, Cedar, Emma Vigeland, and everybody else in the Majority Report, and even to the Young Turks, to a certain extent anyway, they tend to be more honest about their coverage of things too, and tell you how things like actually are too. Now, they give you the progressive slant, don't get me wrong, but I trust their reporting more so than, let's say, people on the right, where you can clearly tell by just doing a simple Google search, they're pushing a certain narrative. Now, you can argue that like Kyle and friends that I just named, like they're pushing a narrative too. And I'm not just saying that because I agree with their policies and like what they're saying too. But like when you look into like the stuff they say, there's more truth in it. Like there's actual facts to back up like what they're saying. And there's enough like documented evidence to back up like what they're saying to be true than what the right's saying. That's why like I value like their opinion and their coverage on things. And it's not just because like I agree with them too, because I do like fact check like them too, because sometimes when they cover something, I've already probably read a story about it like in the morning from like The Intercept or like some like smaller like website too that covers stuff like this, and there's a ton of those things too.
So what you guys think of the comments? You saw a picture of one of them easy bake ovens? Hey, making me cookies.
Holy Inception.
That's it. Let us know what you guys think of the comments. You saw a picture of one of them easy bake ovens? Hey.
What is going on here?
Hi, what's up, guys? What's a Fresh Air Podcast, man? Today, we're going to be talking about Ben Shapiro's critiques of our advice on what to do before you get married.
True or false?
Let's get into it.
Spicy. Miami, baby. Okay, all right. This is... Well, he's on YouTube. Well, I don't know what, because he's on Rumble and Kick now too. So we're just gonna mute this. Oh, there's Destiny there. Only reason why I muted it's because this intro is like fucking going on too.
We're back. We are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Shit Podcast, regular edition. It's been a while since we've done a Womanizer Wednesday, actually. 101. Guys, get my book. Why Women Deserve Less. We're going to be talking about my book on this podcast, actually. I hung up pics of my mom who passed away.
That's legitimately the title of his book, too. Why Women Deserve Less. That is Jesus.
To remind me of why I'm bettering myself each day. There we go, my friend.
Dude,
she's looking down on you.
Motivation, bro.
Bro, I use pics of his mom for motivation too.
Oh, get it! Was born to a wealthy 5 things that you need in place before you become married. And those 5 things, just to refresh your guys' memory, is make $100,000 a year, have 6 months to 1 year of savings, right? Cash, liquid. Be 35 years old. Be in shape, have been in the gym for a while, and have sex with 50 women.
50.
And obviously
50.
that last part.
Isn't the average lifetime partners for men like 7 to 9?
Something like that, yeah. Bro, that's like fucking women. Nuts, dude. Maybe like the financial stuff I kind of understand, like in today's economy, and realistically too. Like if you want to be financially secure, you're probably making like 6 figures, and that's gonna take you pretty far in like in any state too. Even in like high tax states like New York and California, if you're making like a comfortable 6 figures, and you're like, and you have like plenty of like liquid assets, especially like cash on hand of like that amount or greater, you know, like you can like. And you're not like spending like crazy too. Like you're going out every night to dinner, and you're driving a Bugatti and like whatnot. You know, you're gonna be fine here in like New York too. Like making like what I'm making like now too. Like I'm living like very fine too. Now I'm not flying out to Miami or like LA like every other weekend or something like that too. But like I'm good. Right? Too. And I do like buying like nice things and everything too, but also like I live like pretty cheap too. Like I'm not like crazy like with how I spend. If anything too, like the one thing like I probably spend like the most on is probably food, because I do enjoy a bit of a quote unquote foodie. I like going out and like enjoying drinking like craft beers and stuff like that too. So that's something, but that's something like I definitely enjoy. Like you should like do things that you enjoy too, to an extent. You know, I like trying out new cocktails, going out to new bars, new restaurants, testing that too. I don't mind paying a premium for that too, because I get a certain level of satisfaction from that. That's fine. Okay. All right. I thought literally the video's gonna be like, all right, we're just gonna do Hassan and just like play the video and step away. So, I want to get big enough to where like I can just do that, and like next thing I know, it's just like 2 hours later, like I say, all right guys, I'm gonna be back. I'm just let the video run real quick. I'll be back, and like it's like 3 hours later. It's like, oh shit, what happened, bro? Just leave the stream. If I ever did that too, I'm just gonna get a cardboard cutout of Hassan and just like put it in my seat. I gotta do that, man. I gotta do that. Just get a cardboard cutout of Hassan and just be like the Hassan, the alternate Hassan waiting room when there's not enough space.
Oh, everyone and their mom is going crazy, right? About me saying that you need to have sex with 50 women, but there's a reason for that, guys, and I'm gonna go into that here in a little bit. But
50 women.
Ben Shapiro ended up criticizing the video and didn't agree with my advice. Okay. So these guys do a good job of being able to, you know, preserve and promote conservative values to an increasingly.
I'm gonna make something very, very clear. Nothing that Fresh and Fit talk about or like conservative or like actual conservative values. Trust me, I grew up conservative my entire life, especially in like in New York. I live in a pretty conservative area in New York. My family's fairly conservative, especially my mother. I lived in Florida for near a decade, and I worked almost exclusively with like conservative, like-minded people. Nothing that they have said in their entire history of their podcast reflects like traditional conservative values. I'm gonna tell you that much right now. Nothing. You're gonna be dropping like 50 bodies before you get married. Get the fuck out. You think that's like conservative values? You kidding me?
Woke agenda, which, you know, you guys already know what happens when you go woke. So anyway, so that's who he is. And
you don't go broke. Colin Kaepernick didn't go broke. Fucking LeBron James didn't go broke. Nobody goes broke going woke. Okay? People who go broke when they go woke is they're fucking stupid and they do some dumb things with their money. Like invest in the crypto. Okay? Like that's I don't understand like how that's like a thing too. People say, oh, if you go woke, you go broke. No, the fuck you don't.
In a nutshell, okay, guys, from a bird's eye
I think
view.
Lauren just posted a video like when you go woke,
so
you don't go broke. I saw it pop on my recommended, but I haven't watched it yet. That go woke, go broke is one of the big.
Oh my god, too. This he's gonna talk about a little bit more too, but like something that IRI has talked about. I know Destiny's talked about too. You know, like the other like stereotype too, all like the gender studies thing too, like the liberal arts degree. By the way, the people who get those degrees and don't make money off those degrees, it's because they didn't pursue the careers or do the work to get those careers. Where when you pursue the careers that closely affiliate with that degree, those are high paying jobs. Like you're gonna be making over 80 grand a year on average, believe it or not, working as an analyst or doing like policy stuff, things like that too, or working for the government. You're gonna be making like a lot of money. But it's just like if you end up being like, I don't know, like an administrative assistant and you have a gender studies degree, something happened between you graduating and getting that degree and you ending up working as like an office secretary at an accounting firm. You know what I mean? Something went wrong there. Or like your resume wasn't up to par, you weren't doing things that got like, it's not just like getting the degree, you gotta do all the steps to like get the job too, like apply for the job first off. So like that's just like a myth too. Let's just be frank too. Like I'm a political science major too. Like going to politics, going to law school, working as like a policy analyst, like drafting like policy papers, working at a think tank, working at like NGOs, working in government. Like they're people are looking for people like that too. They're looking for critical thinkers. They're looking for people that, like, let's be frank too. Do you remember the anti-CRT craze that essentially got Governor Youngkin, that we were just like saw a video of like get elected in Virginia, right? Do you know who like thought of that too? It was a right-wing think tank. Those guys have law degrees. They have political science degrees. They're policy majors. Like, people want to hire people like that too, who could think of stuff like that too, stuff that's out of the box, so that they can get people elected. Like, those are the type of jobs that are out there right now that you can get when you have those degrees. Degrees do open up avenues for you too. Now, is college for everybody? I'll be the first one to admit that it's not. But you have to, like, that's like a personal decision that you have to make. I know people who after high school, they went into the military, they did like 1 or 2 tours. I think at the time, yeah, it was Iraq. Like, it was the beginning of the of George Bush's, like, you know, war in Iraq to oust Saddam Hussein. So no guys who served, who came back, they went back, they used a GI Bill to get like their degrees and work like in accounting, finance. Some of them, you know, became cops. So there's different avenues that you can go to. Some of them just got like an HVAC degree. Like, I remember talking to them, they were like, yeah, college's not for me. I'll suggest to them, how about you do HVAC? Like, you're pretty good with your hands, right? Like, you don't mind like working hard. Like, you were in the military, you're doing this and that too, you know? And, you know, you can take advantage of the fact that you're in the military as well, and all the benefits that includes, not just the actual benefits, but like, you know, in this country, especially in the area that we're in, like, people, like, if you say you serve in the military, they'll give your resume like 1 or 2 extra looks, you know what I mean? And a lot of them, like, they work at HVAC, they'll get like whatever license or whatever it is to be able to like install HVAC units, and they'll start their own business that way too, you know what I mean? So like, there's different avenues where you can like make money in this country. You just have to like find what avenue works for you and like do it too. But more often than not too, if you want like higher paying jobs, you do need to go to college and probably pursue a master's. If you want to practice medicine, you have to go to med school. If you want to become a lawyer, you have to go to law school and then take the respective like state bars to get licensed in that state. You know, Destiny's right about that too. There's like, if you want to pursue like those high paying jobs, you're better off becoming like going to school, not only getting the education necessary, like understand what you have to do at those jobs, like the baseline education, but also like creating the connections in college and like interning and doing things like that. It's not just getting the degree, it's doing everything else that surrounds like you getting that degree that opens a door for you too. That's how some people like get like buddies of mine who went to law school and like they're working at like these really nice firms in New York City. They just didn't go to law school. They interned, they made connections, they went to events, they literally hustled. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I'll use that terminology. They literally hustled to like get to like where they are today. So it's not just like getting degrees too. So like, and they're living like pretty decently, in my opinion too. They're not like doing what Andrew Tate does. Andrew Tate, here's the thing too, the false narrative about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate like worked his way to get to where he is too. Now I'll admit he did some slimy shit to get there, but he legitimately like worked his way to get there too, and he leveraged what he knew and what he did to get to the point that he is now too. Now he's on house arrest. Whether or not he actually gets arrested again and charged with something and actually indicted and charged, whatever terms they use over in Romania, that's a different story altogether too. But guys like that, like Ben Shapiro, those guys like worked and leveraged their ways to get to like where they are today. Same thing with like Fresh and Fit. Like Fresh, for example, the guy who's talking right now on the screen above Destiny, he used to work for the FBI. He wasn't like an actual agent. He talks about every once in a while. It wasn't anything crazy or anything like that too. But like he worked to get to that point. Now he went off and he did his own thing too. But you understand like what I'm saying too. Like you have to work to get to that point too. But like these guys are selling you a false narrative. Like you can do the YouTube thing too. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do the YouTube thing. I'm doing the YouTube thing right now. I'm doing the Kick thing right now too. The Twitch thing too. As well too. But like I got my degree. I have a security blanket with my degrees. You know, in my job. So, but I want this to kick off though. As I stream on Kick, right? I want this to kick off because like I've worked a 9-to-5 job too. I'm kind of sick and tired of it. So I want to pursue the content creation too. I like playing video games. I like reacting to content. I think I'm good at it too. The only thing I need is the viewers. If I can get you in the door, you'll stay in the room. I promise you that too. And I'll create, and as more people come in, and as I start getting up in the finances too, and I start having like this extra money come in, I can upgrade the stream and start doing like some like crazy stuff too. I like to put on events. I like to like do like actual like political events too, but I need like the money. So that's why I'm doing this too, and I'm saving money so I can do something like that too, and do more active political events because the audiences are engaged. So if I can get you engaged, I can get you primed. I can say, all right, for any of my fans that are in North Carolina, go to X Democrat here. They need your help. They're within like a point or two of like flipping this seat. Go ahead and like help them out. Things like that. I think that's useful. I think that's what I can do, like with my platform responsibly. But yeah, this Destiny's gonna talk about this, like this crazy false narrative that like if you go woke, you go broke. It's fucking bullshit. Too. Same thing with the gender studies thing. That's all bullshit too. Don't let them listen to it, and don't let, because they use examples of like these fucking nutty people online. Like I get it, they're nutty. They are nutty. I'll be the first one to admit it. However, with that being said, even though that they're nutty, even though they're being nutty, they're not like the actual people who are doing the actual work. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Hopefully like that makes sense, because the truth of the matter is the actual people are making actual money. Okay? Don't believe like this weird narrative. They find these people on the streets, they bring them in, and they're like your typical Miami girls. They say like the dumbest things too. But like unironically, those are the people that they hook up with too. Okay? Don't let them, they find people to fit the narrative for them. Too. And there are people who fit that narrative too, but I promise you that's not the majority of people too, who are actual professionals in the field too. Also, the women they bring on too, they on their show too, when they have women on the show, they're your typical Miami women. And let me tell you something, they're just oof. But that's not all women, guys. Okay, I promise you that's not all women. I promise you.
Biggest hopes of all time from conservatives. If you go woke, you're gonna lose all your money. Meanwhile, like every ultra woke capitalist org is like making more money than they ever have by appealing to broader demographics. Like,
so that is a recipe for a terrible marriage, by the way, guys. Waiting until you're 35 and have slept with 50 women, that is a terrible recipe for marriage by every available data point. It turns out that you are much better in terms of getting married if you get married younger.
I will say, props to Ben. And I don't know if it's because he's gotten older, mellowed out, or maybe I never heard his views accurately in the past, so I'm not sure. But listening to Ben Shapiro describe his relationship on Lex Fridman I think he is the only conservative guy that I've ever heard give a good conservative take on what a traditional relationship looks like, to where his wife has clearly different roles and strengths than him, and he has clearly different roles and strengths than her, but she is like an invaluable asset to his life. He gives her a lot of props for helping him with like business stuff and pushing her to be a better person, etc., etc. His take on his relationship in the Lex Fridman show was very, very, very good and traditional. It's very rare that I hear people give good traditional takes on relationships, because most of them they just hate women. Sorry, but it's true. Most people, when you guys talk about trad relationships, you something hate women. Ben did not sound like that. Yeah.
If you do not have a wide variety of sexual partners, all the stuff about, you know, being in shape and having money and all the rest, like, you should try to do that, generally speaking. But this notion that you wait until you're 35, you've already made a bevy of mistakes that have shaped your character and made you much more rigid as a person, and that you should have had a basis of comparison in terms of sex of dozens and dozens and dozens of women. No, the data do not support this, and it's stupid.
I'm just saying, most of that, I want to say culture and that type of like dynamic, you get arranged marriages all the time.
I'm going to bring up one more thing before I let the video play. I already forgot the point. Fuck. Where was I going with this? There's... All right, now I remember the point again. Sorry. There's something going on in the conservative movement in this country. They have appealed to some of the most dogmatic and fanatical people over the last couple of years. And what's happening is they have let these people into mainline conservative politics in this country. And they've signal boosted those people, right? What's happened is this. You have people like Fresh and Fit. Are they actually conservative? Not really. But they tend to appeal more to a conservative audience, right? To one like sort of sect of conservatism, which is fuck all women. Women are objects, fuck them. You know, they're just there to serve as men, etc., etc., etc. But then there are other conservatives like Ben Shapiro who are like, no, that's not the case. You don't do it. He's more politically minded. Ben understands that you can't just like screw up a woman like this. He finds his relationship with his wife very valuable. He finds his wife very valuable. And the fact that she's been his only partner this entire time too, not just like his wife, but the mother of his children, she has made Ben better, according to Ben Shapiro, right? These different factions now are competing within the conservative sphere now, and they're clashing against one another. This is like a small dust-up, but you're seeing it play out in Congress, especially in the House. Kevin McCarthy, like a far-right Republican? No. He's your traditional establishment Republican, like George Bush. However, he's had to appeal farther to the right to get the speakership. And we all know how that went out, right? He got the speakership, but look at all the chaos that ensued as a result. What's going to happen over the next couple of years is these competing groups are not going to bend a knee to each other. They want power. So what's going to be presented to you is we're a unified front, but fractures are going to start appearing too. And if there are fractures in your foundation, what happens? Your foundation is going to crumble eventually. So for all the liberals and progressives that are watching this, it's going to be death by 1,000 cuts for conservative politics and Republicans in this country. Continue to push back, continue to canvass, continue to do all the things, but get your popcorn ready. And always keep at least one cold beer in the fridge, because I'm going to be there when the fireworks kick off. And you should be too. Now, Destiny, uninterrupted. Maybe.
It's pretty much like, okay, cool. Here's my son.
Wait.
Ben. Here's your daughter, Sally. They'd be a good fit.
I
and
don't think
they're vetted. They're successful.
his marriage was arranged.
So it just breeds an arranged marriage, so to speak.
So I don't know.
I don't know what he means by that. No.
It might not be, but I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make here is that, when polled, Gen Z, all right, this is people born between 1995 to 2012, all right, women rank men 7th place behind travel, career, education, experiences, and starting a family. So men are at almost the bottom of the totem pole, all right, when it comes to marriage. And then millennial women, right, women in my age range, they're born 1981 to 1996, who aren't even hot anymore like that, okay, still rank finding a man at 4th place behind careers and education.
And God forbid you make less money than them. you're screwed, bro.
So why do I say all this? Okay, and and we haven't even talked about how alimony, 90% of it is paid from men to women. We haven't even talked about how women in general initiate most of the divorces. Why I mentioned that before, but women don't like men that much, guys. The dating landscape in general has changed significantly thanks to the internet, social media, dating apps, the amount of options that women have nowadays. So the thing is that what
Look at how he couches his language too. Sorry, Dustin, I'm like interrupting. My pause ending like less than 6 minutes into the video. Look at how he's couching the language. He's saying to you, there's all these advancements, right, in the dating landscape too. But because of all these advancements, it's a good thing for men because we can take advantage of that too because we can spread our seed everywhere. But it's a bad thing for women because it's giving them more of a choice. It's giving them like, oh, okay, I can like not date like the same type of guy in my small town in the middle of Ohio. In reality, it's a good thing for everybody. Let's be fair too. Now, for men, the negative for men is, and I'll say this may be a negative. I don't know. I think it might be a negative. The problem is though, gentlemen, just like in life, you have to compete for a partner. All right. Because that small town girl in Ohio now is a choice. So you need to up your game and bring a little bit more to the table to convince her you should go out with her. That's why Tinder's dominated by men. Because women can be more discerning on not Twitter, sorry, on Tinder rather than men do. Because men are competing against other men for women's attention, and women know that. They take advantage of it too. So what? Who cares? You gotta up your game. It's the same thing like traditionally before Tinder. You go to a club, you need to be fresher, you need to be flyer than any other guy in the club because they're competing for like the girls in the club too. You know what I mean? That's not like a bad thing. What is it? In capitalism, competition breeds lower prices, breeds better products. Believe it or not, if you up your game, you might get a chance to score on some dates and maybe a little something afterwards too. Maybe. Also, maybe if you up your game too, you might say, oh, I actually like the way I dress. I like the way people compliment me too. Let me make this like a permanent change in my life too. These aren't like a bad thing. He couches it as a good thing for guys, but he's also is saying in the same breath too, it's a bad thing for women. It's not. It keeps the playing field even too. And it does force you guys who are watching this to up your game. You should be upping your game. You should be. It should be the norm. You should be wanting to up your game and improve yourself. You don't want to stay the status quo and the same forever. That's boring. Okay? It's not good for you too. You should grow up. You should evolve. You should change. You know, being the same person from when you were a teenager till like into your mid-30s isn't fun. And we all know guys like that too. And they're sad and they're lonely and they're desperate. And they secretly hate themselves even though they give you like a certain sense of bravado. But, you know, listen, Destiny will probably, in this video, he'll probably talk more about it too. After he lets like Myron like proselytize here. But just because like there's greater access to like the internet and like you can easily communicate and you're more discerning about your choice of like who you're going to date, who you're going to hook up with and stuff like that. That's a good thing. Like everyone should be taking advantage of that too. You know, and then he makes like he made like a side comment too that millennial women like his age aren't like hot anymore too, bro. Like this podcast just like straight up like hates women, dude. I was like, are you kidding me? Who are you dating then that isn't attractive your age? That's a you problem then, my guy. If you're dating women that you're trying to date women that are your age that aren't attractive, that's a you problem, my guy. Okay. And also it's weird too, like how they bring up like men should only date like younger women too. Don't you find that strange? I find that strange too. We got a bit of a problem here with that too, because in this country, and not just in this country, like in a lot of Asian countries like Japan too, there's like this strange fetishization of like young girls, and it's fucking weird, my guy. People, it is fucking weird, and everyone will agree with that too. But people like Myron over here and other like these fucking like dating guru guys, they fetishize like young women like crazy, and it's fucking weird. So if you're not dating like women your age that are attractive, that's a you problem. Okay, there are attractive older women out there. There are. A lot of them are on Fox News. Bro, that's not a joke either. That's not a joke either, too. Like, I'm not a Fox News watcher too, but every once in a while, when I'm watching TV and there's like a commercial on MSNBC, like, what's going on Fox News? Oh, attractive blonde number 7. Okay. And she's older. You can tell she's older. She's not like fucking 20 something years old, but like, they're like, you're attractive. Okay. I'm not kidding about that too.
What Ben is saying, get married young, have a family, all that other stuff. It sounds good in theory, right? In an imagination world back in the day, right? Maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. But nowadays, that's a big nope. It's going to lead to a... Because
these guys are traumatized by like divorce stats, unironically.
Are 1,000% incentivized to not make it work with their guy. They actually benefit from breaking.
Where's that number coming? What is he just being hyperbolic? It's ironic. I mean, if you're watching me watching Destiny, then you already agree with you probably already agree with us too. But like these fucking divorce stats too, it really is like traumatizing for them too. By the way, over the last decade, divorces, it may have been that way at one point in time too, but it's only because women weren't in the workforce as much as they are now, and unironically enough, it's evening out like quite a bit in terms of the like divorces too, in terms of like alimony that's being paid. Because what's really happening is it's almost the reverse now too. Women are making more money than men, unironically enough. That's the case too, and more times too, when there's a divorce nowadays, it's between two people that are usually on like equal footing. Like, you don't have like the stay-at-home wife anymore. You have like your wife's working, and she's working like a pretty decent job, and you're working a pretty decent job too, you know? So the alimony payments, if there are any, it's not like that high. It's actually like fairly easy. And what's happening now is like because women are staying in school for longer, because they're going to college, they're going to med school, they're going to law school, they're going to grad school, they're making more money. And men are like saying, yeah, we're not going to school anymore too. So they're working like whatever job, like at Amazon or something like that too. And like women are becoming like the breadwinners in the family. That's his own problem altogether too. And like men, like, it's like, oh, why does she want to date me? Bro, because she's a lawyer that works for like a top tier law firm in New York City, and you work at Amazon. If you need me to explain that to you, why like a woman that's making like over $100,000 a year working at a top tier law firm, or the woman that's like a fucking cardiac like a cardiologist in like some private hospital in Midtown Manhattan, and she doesn't want to date the fucking guy who's working at a fucking Amazon factory on Staten Island. Like, if I need to explain that to you, you need some professional help. You legitimately need like professional help. Like, that should be like so obvious. Oh yeah, she's making like 6 figures, and I'm barely making like over like minimum wage. What the fuck do you think she's gonna date you? Just like that? She might fuck you because you got a big dick, but like, she may not date you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, my guy. Okay, like, I don't know why like that's like so like out there too. Now, if the conversation is, listen, we're like kind of like in like the same like income bracket, and like I'm not getting dates, well, we gotta break that down. There's probably something more you can up on your game too, because again, you know, you're competing with other guys too who are probably similarly situated with you. And since like, we'll use Tinder for example, there's more men on Tinder than women. Women can be more discerning about who they select, so they want like they can be more discerning. That means their choices now are like, okay, I want someone that's like at least 6'1", he's working a similar job than me, he's making the same sort of income, and the pictures need to look like X, Y, and Z, and yada yada yada. So they can be more discerning. Oh, okay, this guy has like, he fits like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 what I'm looking for, but 6, 7, 8 not so much. Oh, this guy fits like all 8 categories. Okay, let me swipe. Was it right or left or whatever the case is, like on Tinder. So do you understand? Like, you understand like how like that works? Like, you're competing against other guys. Women can be more discerning. Like, I don't like, it's like, this stuff is like so common sense, and you don't have to go into like that deep into it. People do, and it's just like you're forcing like an argument there that just like they're trying to like there's like fresh and fit all these conservative like dating gurus. They're trying to like not force it, but they're trying to feed into like the biases of like some guys that are out there too. Where if you really like sat down with them one-on-one and like talked about like what's going on in their lives, like they can up their game. It won't take that long, but you can like up your game. Like, you know, some of the stuff too, like the money situation, like you're facing, like you're not making enough money. Well, that's going to take a little bit longer. You can up your game in that. You can up your game with the finance situation, but that requires like someone sitting down with you and like really analyzing like what's going on there too. And that's like more than like 1 or 2 conversations, you know, and that's going to take a little bit longer too. But the small things, yeah, you know, shaving, you know, getting touched up, making sure you're nice and clean, making sure you smell good, making sure the fit is correct, not wearing like super baggy clothes, understanding how fashion is too, what type of women are you pursuing. These are things that are within your sphere of control that you can like work on, bro. Like this isn't like fucking, I just hate like shit like this too. Like guys like complain about all this shit too, bro. That's also not like really like a conservative thing too. Like motherfuckers that like cry all the time and like fucking like complain about women shit, bro. Real conservative men, they fucking don't talk about this shit whatsoever. They fucking handle their business. That's how I was raised. Like real men, like they got a problem, they fucking solve that problem right then and there too. But if they can't solve that problem right then and there too, they make sure they have a plan to solve that problem when they can't solve that problem. Like all this fucking crying and shit, and like all this incel shit. This ain't like conservatism. You know what I mean? This isn't like the traditional conservative man. The conservative man is a man of action. As I was taught growing up, you fucking do shit. You have like family values and shit like that. You don't be just dropping bodies and shit and start blaming women for all your fucking problems, right? You know what they used to call guys like that too, complaining like that shit? They called them liberals, unironically enough. They called them liberals and they called them Democrats back in my day. And that wasn't that long ago too. That's like back in high school. That was in the 2000s. Like legitimately, time is a flat circle. Politics, discourse online is a flat circle too, and it all just keeps like going around a giant circle. It's so funny.
Up with you
when they talk about the divorce stats. This is why Pearl said the same. Is like a lot of these guys think that like women just divorce men all the time because they're like maliciously doing it because it's like fun for them. Like women enjoy like getting divorced because they're all getting like rich off alimony and
yeah.
Okay, you're the one that's putting your money on the line. You're the one putting the ability to see your children on the line. You're the one that's gonna have to go to divorce court and take the L most of the time and pay the alimony. So the reason why I'm saying you need to have a good idea of female nature and have had sex with multiple girls is because guess what? When you have sex with the girl, the game is over. You get to figure out who the she really is for the most part, and it allows.
I like how they say all of this, but then on the next breath they'll say like single moms are like the least desirable thing in the world. like there's no risk there. Jesus.
You to understand, okay, this is what women like, this is what women don't like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, etc. You're not gonna get finessed by girls because you have sexual inexperience. What have I always said on this podcast, all right? A woman's greatest superpower is you not understanding yours.
Bam.
One more time, and you can take the internet, dating apps, social media. Women have an overinflated sense of self-worth. But the point I'm trying to make,
at the same time, you use all those things to promote your message and shit talk women. You in one breath you say all these apps and the internet destroys men, but another time too, go ahead and buy my fucking program and get into my Discord so I can feed you like common sense advice, and while you pay me $50 a month. Like, bro, come on, the double speak is fucking crazy.
Because the sexual marketplace
yelling? This is important.
Changed, and since it has changed, men bear all the risk because women are incentivized to initiate breakups, initiate divorces, and what does that do for you? Well, you're gonna end up broke, homeless, not seeing your kids, wondering what the is going on. So, marriage is going to be a war, and I know y'all like, whoa, Myron,
Christ.
That's kind of extreme. Well, you know why? She needs to be uncomfortable at all times. When a girl's uncomfortable, that's how you get good behavior. But when a girl is comfortable, that's when the disrespect begins. That's when she doesn't.
Bro, he's literally talking about. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's when
Do you know like the talk with like Andrew Tate and like the Loverboy method and how he brought like those women over using that method? He's literally talking about the Loverboy method right now. Like gaslight the girl to the point where like you can control her behavior. Bro, at this point you're a fucking pimp. He's literally talking about being a pimp at this point. Bro, don't do this shit too. Listen, you're gonna die like alone if you do shit like this. Don't do this. Be respectful, be nice, set boundaries. You know what works for me, to be honest with you, and this works 9 times out of 10. You should be direct with people. Tell them you like them, tell them you want to go on a date with them. It seems scary at first, right? You're gonna get rejected. Guess what? Life is filled with rejection. You get rejected from your job, you get rejected from girls, you get rejected by fucking universities, law schools, men's schools, etc. Get used to rejection. Life is filled with rejection. But life is also filled with like that girl you thought would say no to you, she said yes to you. And boy oh boy. And things like that too. So like don't listen to this guy. Like if you listen to him, you're gonna die alone. That's like if I can be very honest with you, you will die alone. You're gonna die alone and sad, and you're gonna alienate any person that ever would have loved you in your life. And that's like the worst way to die, in my opinion. Like, I don't know how more, I'm trying to be like funny when I say this, but like, don't listen to guys like this too. Like the dating world is a little bit tougher, but it's only because like everybody else is getting equal, and more people have more choices now, so you can be more discerning. It's like at the same time too, remember like when Amazon first came in, like it wasn't like you would go to the same place and like basically buy the same stuff, but now you could buy things from like all over the world now with like Amazon and eBay and things like that too. And like everybody has an online store too. I like getting candy from like Asia because like it's delicious and it's nowhere near as much sugar as like candy here, and it's fucking great. I like getting like Kit Kats, like one of my favorite candy bars too. I love getting like the green tea flavored Kit Kats, like the matcha ones. Those things are fucking great. You know, I like getting like South America too has some great like candy bars too that I love. So I can't think of them off the top of my head too. Beer too. I like getting beer from like all over the world. It's fucking fantastic. Like these are good things too. But you can be more discerning about your choices too. And as a result, because you have more choices, there's more competition. As a result though, in the dating world too, that means you need to up your game. That's it. That's all it is too. But he's painting it like you're the victim, guys. Stop with this victim complex. Okay? That's not conservative culture. That's not like conservatism as I understood it growing up too. This victim complex thing is a liberal thing. This victim complex thing is a Democrat thing. That's how I was raised too, unironically enough. But like now, like with conservatives, like we're the victims of everything. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is so silly. This is like triggering me. Like so, I know I can't imagine. Like I don't know how Papa Gut like watches himself and not get like triggered. Like Destiny too. Like this shit is like so triggering to me. This is such like a victim mentality. I can't believe it.
She starts to emasculate you. This is when she starts to embarrass you in front of your friends. This is when all the f***ery happens is when women are comfortable. And when you give a girl marriage, a ring, guess what happens? She gets super comfortable, and that's when the disrespect starts. Leverage. She needs to care about you more than you care about her. That's how relationships last. Period. All right? This whole idealistic tradcon conservative dream that a girl's gonna stick by your side no matter what, through thick and thin, till death do us part, all that, it's gone. All right? Your girl is one DM away from a rapper, a celebrity, etc. being taken. All right?
Jesus.
And I'm telling y'all this because guys like me, guys like Fresh, guys like Dan Bilzerian, guys like Andrew Tate, guys like Tristan Tate, they're the ones these girls behind closed doors that you guys are going ahead and try to commit to. Real talk.
Which verse of the Quran do they go over this in?
Promiscuous women ever.
Dude, let me tell you something right now. If any girl you're dating cheats on you with one of these motherfuckers, you should thank them. You want to know why? That girl was not deserving of your time, your money, any effort you put into her, or a potential ring. That goes for any girl that cheats on you, too, by the way. If somebody cheats on you like that, dump them. And if any girl cheats on you with one of these motherfuckers, you should thank them, because now you know. She wasn't worth it. Okay? Also, by the way, that speaks a lot about their character, too. when they fucking a girl and they know that girl's got a boyfriend. But they never bring that up too, right? Conveniently. So they know that a girl's got a boyfriend, partner, whatever, and they fuck her anyway. Why? To make you, to prove a point? That's not very conservative, is it? The fuck out of here with this shit, man. Yeah, and Destiny's True. What part of the Quran is that in? Get the fuck out of here, man, with this bullshit.
Oh, I'm a good girl.
Yo, just that to you're pretty much like a virgin. As a woman, I want experience with my man, bro. Be prepared, because if you're not ready for that, bro, it's an L.
What? These are training wheels that most of you don't have. Okay? And he married a girl who also came from a Jewish background. These are what I call buffers against negative aspects of female nature and modern day female
religion. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But he had those buffers. A lot of y'all don't. Okay. So have sex with 50 women. 50. To take his advice and get married young is a L. You got Sex in the City. You got Cardi B. You got Kim Kardashian. You got all this mindless filth going into modern day women's heads. Beyonce, all the single ladies, Ciara, I don't need no man, all this, okay? Women are being indoctrinated to not need you and to not want you, okay? Jesus. They only go after the top guys. So since a lot of these girls have this mindset that they can do better, they deserve better, guess what happens? They think they can do better than you. I found this one island, that's good enough. Let me put my flag here and claim this. No, you gotta become a better conqueror, all right? And I hate to say it like that and that, you know,
terminology.
With that analogy and that terminology, because I can already see feminist clipping that. Oh my God, he's calling us islands. Fuck you, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking to the men here.
Bro, right? Nobody gives a shit too. It's just weird that like you say that. It's weird. No, it's weird.
Scary, guys, if you don't know.
It's weird that he brings it up that way too. He acknowledged it like first off, like nobody really cares too, Myron. But like it's weird that he acknowledges it, that it could be interpreted that way too, to bait people to come in too. Like he knows it too. Like he's just baiting people at this point. What a fucking crybaby, bro. Let me be. If there's any like Fresh and Fit fans out there too, let's say you come in, you go to like a convention or something like that, and they're signing autographs too, and then you're like, "Hey, this is my girl. Like, I listen to you, Myron. You know, I'm dropping my bodies. I'm trying to get that Bugatti." Right? You introduce your girl to like Myron. Would you introduce like your girl Myron, or like Fresh to the guys over at Fresh and Fit? And what happened if like Myron fucks your girl? Would you still be a fan? Straight up. That's an honest question. Would you still be a fan if Myron fucked your girl? Something tells me you wouldn't be. And you might be like, hey, yeah, Myron will never do something like that to you. Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would. Especially if she is like 18 and she's from Miami and, you know, she fits all the weird criteria that Myron has for women.
She's tolerating you, bro.
Yeah.
Like I told you guys before, we talked about being a placeholder boyfriend. If you're in a relationship with a girl, or even worse, a marriage with your wife,
she's gonna divorce you if you don't know.
Real talk, man. I'm telling you, but you're not gonna know this. And I'm telling you, these girls are out here.
All right, bro. A semester is 25 to 50 minimum.
Jesus Christ!
Open your eyes.
25 to 50 in a semester for a girl?
Okay?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're not talking about porn stars here.
Like, in society tells women or promotes women to be promiscuous and live their best years. Live life.
Divorce.
The advent of Instagram alone has changed the game.
Dude,
significantly.
These guys
in the world
hate Instagram. You saw that even yesterday with Jadian, like going through my wife's Instagram, where it's like, was she posting up pictures with you?
On the explore page for a girl.
The social media games you guys play are wild. Holy shit.
Cars, lifestyle. Oh, he's buying her a G-Wagon? What's my husband doing? He bought me flowers? Oh,
is that why Dan got the G-Wagon?
Oh, Sally, let's go on a trip. My man's taking us to Dubai. Oh, we can't go. Joe doesn't have enough money. Oh, that's so sad. What's she gonna think? I could do better.
Bro, and here's the thing. Girls, right, a lot of times don't have the critical thinking skills to understand her greatest superpower is you not understanding yours. What's your superpower as a man? Knowing her value, okay? Yeah. If she speaks to you in a certain way, don't talk to me like that. If she raises her voice at you, who are you talking to? You need to be able to do this. But a lot of you guys don't do this, or you don't know to do this because you thought girls are idealistic. Y'all want to?
This is like breaking my brain. Listen to this. We're like 12 minutes in. Oh my God! All right, 10 more minutes. We can suffer through this. Listen, don't be rude to your partner, but like set boundaries though, too. Like, hey, if your partner's like raising your voice, you don't appreciate it, you can tell. Be direct with them. Hey, I don't appreciate you like raising your voice to me. Let's speak calmly to each other. All right? Don't be like fucking weird. Like, hey, don't fucking talk to me like that. This ain't like the fucking 1920s where you can wear a wife beater and like rough her up a little bit and no one's gonna call the cops on you. It's just the fucking Wilsons. They're like having another argument. Like she's gonna have a black eye tomorrow morning, but it's all good. No, it's just that's not how you resolve your fucking issues with your partner. Okay, it's be calm, be direct, be firm, but be calm with them. Okay, Jesus Christ, like have like an actual like adult conversation with them too. Sometimes it can get out of hand a little bit too. Some words get thrown around that and some things might be said that you're gonna regret, but like be honest with them, be calm with them, okay? But be direct, but be direct with them too. I think that's like the best way with any relationship. Like be direct with people. That's it.
You guys want to know uncomfortable truth?
Uh-oh.
When you're at Walmart and you see Pablo getting slapped by his girl Maria, right? Bam!
Maria.
The fuck are you talking about?
Head, right? That smack that you guys are witnessing at Walmart is the culmination of years
of disrespect
from her, and it elevated to that point where she's smacking him. And you know what the scary part is? You know why she's really smacking him? Because
she wants him.
She didn't have to
act
smack
like
him,
a
and
man.
he put his foot down on her years ago.
Yeah.
But most of you guys don't have the balls to tell a bitch no. And that's the biggest thing in today's day and age. Women don't respect men anymore. You're gonna do anything to get laid. So they're gonna use that to their advantage because society, okay, incentivizes women to be home, incentivizes women to break up with you, incentivizes women to break up and take half. That's just how it is, with eyes wide open. But what he doesn't realize, the bitches are using rocket launchers now. What are you gonna do with a knife?
Nothing.
What are you gonna do?
And
they got auto aim.
And honestly, guys, just so you know,
they can't check their chick and they can't walk away.
Her whole life she's been told
Not
yes.
only that, now you've given her the ultimate security.
Yeah.
So your game has to be even stronger.
True.
When you get married.
I had to bully the f out of Melina to bring her online.
The game and frame never ends, guys. You get a girlfriend, you get a wife, awesome. You do the work up front, but it never ends. Divorce.
Maria don't have enough Pokemon badges. You're a boyfriend now.
Bro, it's a wrap. One slide, it's a wrap.
Marriage is.
This has been like the Fresh podcast, to be honest with you.
Off the table proposition for most guys. Unless you want to have a family and children, go ahead and get married.
Nope.
So let's envision that women are like pieces of tape. All right?
Oh God. The Catholic school analogy. I haven't heard this one in so long.
Surface.
Oh my
First
God.
time, it's extremely sticky. It bonds. It's hard to take it off. Right? But after you ripping it off that first time is hard as hell, isn't it? But once you put it on a second surface, it still sticks well, but you're able to rip it off a little bit easier. After the third wall, you're able to rip it off with just a little bit less effort. And then as you continuously use that same piece of tape and you take it off different surfaces, guess what happens? It gets easier and easier to peel. At some point, after the 10th surface you put that bitch on, okay, you're basically able to just take it off by just like putting a little bit of effort, right? And it doesn't stick anymore. That, my friends, is exactly how women operate, okay? Now, before I get all the angry feminists, oh my God, am I a piece of tape? Ah! Listen, you dumb bitch. Women are like tape. The first bond is the strongest. After that, I wish bitches weren't like tape, but they are, all right? We have a natural need and like to be with women that are what? Young? Because we know intrinsically in the back of our mind, subconsciously, that the younger a woman is, right? The less baggage, the higher likelihood that she's gonna actually bond to us, the higher likelihood she's not gonna be a whore, etc. Guys want pieces of tape, they're gonna stick to them. That's how it is, okay? I wish I could make the rules. Actually, having sex with a lot of partners is bad. Yeah, for women, not for men.
I actually encourage Ben, how about you step out for a little bit and come into the dating game? And then you tell me if you still feel the
Bro,
same
he's
way.
married and he's
I
got
think
like 2
personally,
kids.
Once again,
What the fuck are you talking about? Ben Shapiro. Hey, Ben, why don't you step in the game? Bro, I'm married. He's married, dude, and apparently he's happily married. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Cheat on your wife with like an 18-year-old Jewish girl. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Probably one of the few things that I like actually respect Ben Shapiro on is the fact that he's an actual. I actually believe he's a family man. He actually cares about his family. And from the way he talks about his wife, from like that Lex Friedman interview, and like just small snippets here and there, like he actually cares about his family. He makes sure his family's well taken care of. He loves his wife very much. He respects his wife, and he loves his children. He takes care of his children too. I actually like. I disagree with him about like everything else, but apparently I respect him as like a husband and as a father because he actually cares about. It sounds like he actually cares about them too. Like the way he talks about them too. Like there's a lot of love there, but like. This shit's like fucking nuts, dude. They're like going off the rails, dude. Their chat must be going nuts.
You're married, glad it's working out for you. But I
By the way, let me just check.
In the current market right now, if you double side, you get into this game, you're like, damn, this is not real life.
To go cheat on his wife?
It's a crazy game going on right now. So, it's what it is, man.
Here's a problem.
That's crazy.
Here's the other thing too, guys. When a woman knows that she can manipulate you, you know what the byproduct of that is? She loses respect for you.
100%.
You know what the byproduct is when a woman loses respect for you? She's more than likely gonna fall out of love with you, and then that's when the cheating is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay? But when a woman knows that she can't manipulate you, something magical happens. She instantly starts to respect you because she knows, oh, I can't f around with this guy.
Yeah, she could be herself.
Yep. And she knows she can't f
I like how they talk as like training dogs.
I want you to be unquittable. Okay? Misogynist, a dickhead, a jerk, the balding guy that yells at his viewers on YouTube, whatever the f it may be, these losers want to call me. There's nothing that pisses me off more than watching a guy cry, watching a guy die over a bitch. Crazy to me.
Could have been avoided.
Could have been avoided if you had known better. All right? I'm not telling you guys to not treat women well. Most women don't deserve to be treated like princesses. Most of these girls are sluts and don't deserve it.
You know what happens to treat them like
Bro, when a girl yells at you or disrespects you or treats you like that's an outward manifestation of her being angry that you're a bitch.
Bro, where's Melina at?
100%.
When a girl's disrespecting you, that's her outward
You
manifestation.
sure you want to test that out, Destiny?
you're
You should probably beat the shit out of you, dude.
Yeah.
Because you believed in the dream. Oh, she's gonna love me for me. Oh, ideal. Let's get married. Let's walk down the aisle at 24 years old when I have no status, no resources, nothing.
True. I didn't even want to take the Rumble and the Kick deal. I only did it because Melina was like, listen, Steven, you've been slacking on your stream and stuff. I don't know if I can be with you anymore. And I'm like, what do you mean, Melina? And she's like, sign the contracts. And I'm like, what? You want me to sign a contract? No, you need to sign 2. And I was like, what, Melina? Don't do this to me.
Fucking
like,
nuts,
dude.
dude.
Sign 3. And I was like, fuck.
You shouldn't be doing that. Because guess what? She's been around dudes. She knows the game. She's able to famoose you. And then you're dumb.
What? What do you mean famoose you?
6 months later, you're getting divorced or you get broken up with. And then you got a gun in your mouth figuring out what the hell you're going to do next. You don't want to be there, man. You don't want to be there. You guys don't understand how much a woman can your life up when you don't know what the hell is going on.
If you look back at ancient texts, even Bible teachings as well, what destroyed most men? It was women. Samson, King Solomon, King David.
Adam.
I mean, guys, the list goes on. So if you're not careful about how you deal with women, they can destroy your life completely. I'll take the fruit. Why won't Adam and Eve? Eve disobeyed,
brought it up.
did what she wanted to do, and the world collapsed. It's happening again. Women are becoming in power. What's happening? World's collapsing. How can you let your woman lead you anywhere? Except to the end of the relationship. Divorce.
Well, I'm telling you guys, these girls are liars, bro.
Yeah.
They love guys like us that tell them shut the up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, I say respectfully, but yeah.
Man. But I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you guys, man. Yo, when a girl says I'm celibate or I'm taking a break or any of this other she's a whole.
Yeah.
And guys, one more time.
Bro, no matter what.
I don't know why men don't understand this. When a girl says, I'm going through a detox, or I'm a celibate now, or
She's looking for the
not
next
gonna do
Giga
that
Chad.
anymore, or I'm looking for any of this stupid that she says, like, oh, I'm like changing whatever. 9 out of 10 times she was a slut, and now she's trying to sell your dumb purity because she knows that she can finesse you.
And also, she's telling you that.
When I'm going through
Dude,
TikTok,
this
or
is like
Instagram,
nuts, man.
Bro,
These motherfuckers.
the fury when I see that. You want to know why? She'd probably be smacking them around and
or girl trips.
or
Hey,
girl
honey,
trips.
Girl trips.
Violating
Gone
him.
for a month. Sorry.
Violating him.
Yeah.
Guys, you must assert dominance with your girl. Never physically. These bitches need to go on the streets a lot of times, and you are not willing to kick them to the streets. Kick her to the streets if she's not respecting you. If
Bro,
she's
this
disrespecting
is
you,
like
giving
nuts,
you a hard
man. He's
time,
bringing the
acting like
energy,
a whore,
dude.
Dressing like a whore, going out on girls trips, doing all this stuff, disrespecting you, emasculating you. You need to cut the cord now.
Jesus Christ. This is like entertaining as fuck, man. I'm not gonna lie. This is like nuts, dude. Dude. But you know, the funny thing is, but the not so funny thing is, like, there's like dudes that like fucking like actually like listen to like what these motherfuckers are saying too. By the way, if you can't like trust like your partner, like your girlfriend, your boyfriend, or your fucking wife, husband, or whatever, to go on a trip with like their friends, you know, you got some, you got more, you got some problems. You know what I mean? It's fine, dude. You know what I mean? It's fine. Like if I go on a fishing trip with the buddies, you know, I'm not in a relationship, but like I've never had an issue where like, hey, you know, my friends are in town, they want to go on a fishing trip. Okay, fine too. It's the same thing with like, you know, if her friends, like your partners, like if like your girlfriend or your wife's friends are in town, like, hey, you know, so and so's in town, we're gonna go do a girls' night. Okay. Call me if you need anything. All right.
Ow!
Yeah.
If you're watching this show with your right now, she does any of that dumb shit, look her in the face. You got my permission. You know what, baby? Get the out. I don't care if she's sitting right next to you right now. Y'all want me to say it for you? Get the out the house right now. If you do any of that, you don't deserve a boyfriend. You don't deserve a guy to take you seriously because you are street material. I'm tired of this. We need to have standards with men. Why
Oh
you
my
guys
God.
that can't even stand up to a bitch disrespecting you. What the fuck is that shit?
Christ.
If you can't check your girl, how the fuck are you gonna go out there into the real world? That's the easiest part.
Let me check with my girl first.
Out of here.
You just say that?
What the are you serious? The reason why I'm so passionate about this, guys, is because no one
doesn't
on
want
YouTube
you guys to get-
has balls to tell you guys what we're telling you guys right now.
Yeah.
They're too scared of being canceled, labeled misogynistic, get called an whatever. People don't have the balls to tell you guys about what the is really going on. No one has talked to more bitches than me. No one has dealt with more of these than me. I've talked to over 2,000 girls from 45 plus states, 30 plus countries, and I'm telling y'all, the hardware might look different, but the software is almost always the same. A lot of these girls are indoctrinated, and you gotta remind them that you're better than them in every regard to get the respect. You need to go back to work and get more gym badges because these girls are disrespecting you, and they do it all the time. We're in the West. We're dealing with the craziest, horniest of these bitches. Okay? Around as well and deal with other girls. No one is giving y'all a better view of contemporary dating than us. Over here giving y'all bad advice.
Trust no one else but us.
Tells y'all the truth about these. There's a reason why we're the #1 podcast in the world dealing with these modern day women. Stop being a goddamn simp. Man.
Amen.
And we gotta go off Twitter and Facebook now.
Come on, chats, guys.
Come on over.
Chase Karen says, first time super chat, I have a question for Myron. In your opinion, would you recommend enlisting in the Navy trying to get a SEAL contract, or staying at my current job making 55 to 96K a year? My long-term goal is real estate.
If you're asking me that question, you're not cut out to be a SEAL.
Damn.
You should know from
Oh.
the get-go.
Yeah. You need a deep desire and want to be a SEAL.
You should want it bad enough.
That's like you shouldn't. If
Well, you can't breathe.
And the fact that you answered that question, bro, you're not cut out to be a SEAL.
Got it. Freshman.
No offense.
Last night I ate juice.
Do we really?
Unironically enough, he's actually right about that too. If you're asking like some dude on like whatever like YouTube like channels asking about like that too, you're gonna have to want it. The training to be a SEAL is fucking intense, man. I've seen documentaries on it too. Like the pass rates like around pass rate for let's see, let's literally Google it right now. Pass rate for Navy SEALs. Bud's training, the toughest military training, has a 75 to 80% attrition rate. The 7 or 8 out of 10 men who fail or quit SEAL training in the Navy are not just average guys. Navy SEALs 45. Jesus. This the phase 1 of Buds. 33%. Jesus.
I was watching an hour of this. Oh my god! How long was this rant? Jesus. Okay, we ready for some boring foreign policy stuff?
Before we get to that, I want to start today.
Oh,
with,
Chapel Boys.
This ProPublica piece about Clarence Thomas that just came out is so fucking funny.
What happened?
All right, can we start out with just playing the clip of him talking about the kind of shit that he likes to get up to?
You know, I don't have any problem with going to Europe, but I prefer the United States, and I prefer seeing.
He is not the everyman.
regular
Let me be
parts of
very
the
clear
United
about
States.
that.
I prefer
He is not the
going across
everyman.
rural areas. I prefer the RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that.
Shut the fuck up.
There's something normal to me about it. I come from regular stock, and I prefer that. I prefer being around that.
I've come from regular stock, y'all.
People. My parents tended the normal fields in regular town, Everymanville. Come from a long line of people who never did anything weird. We're just regular folks.
I do normal stuff, like fetishistically enjoy Walmart parking lots, like normal people do. You know, the people who go to Walmart all the time, they're not doing it because it's a place where they can get cheap bulk products for their homes. They do it because of their erotic rapture that they feel on the tarmac.
The most common thing I hear in Walmart is, "I'm so glad I'm not at a beach or in Europe."
I think
like he is either just being wildly condescending. Hey, you dumbasses, you're hideous asphalt hells. They're good to me. Or he actually does believe that, which means he is more mind crippled than the most psychotic lib could ever hope to be.
Well, maybe we can discern what's really going on here when we contrast that very, self-effacing normal style portrait of a normal man who loves parking lots with this ProPublica piece that just came out that is basically about how for years now, Clarence Thomas and his wife have been doing jet-setting vacations on super yachts to volcanic archipelagos in Indonesia and New Zealand. And
do they have a Walmart there?
No.
And literally Bohemian Grove.
Yes, and also Bohemian Grove, all courtesy of one right-wing billionaire named Harlan Crow.
Who is fucking weird as shit too, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
Well, Raylan Givens didn't kill all the crows.
Dewey's uncle.
Yeah. He made his fortune with the greatest slip and fall in history.
He slipped and fell down the Spanish stairs in Rome, and he got $1 million for every one.
Yeah, he's in the last year he added $4 billion to his fortune by doing a slip and fall in front of the Federal Reserve.
So, I mean, and then also, it should be said, Justice Thomas has not disclosed any of this, of the lavish vacations that him and his wife have been afforded by a right-wing billionaire who lobbies, the courts heavily, or just as part of a right-wing judicial appointment apparatus and efforts to, change the laws of our country to better suit him and his friends. But, Justice Thomas is a normal, regular-style guy that does, the most dangerous game-style vacations with, Leonard Leo of the Federalist Society. But before I get too much further into this story, I just want to make clear at the top, absolutely nothing will become of this.
No.
Nothing is going to happen. This will not affect Justice Thomas or his position on the court or the court in general, even one iota.
I mean, hey, remember when we found out that he hadn't recused himself from all of those cases that his wife was closely involved in, and everyone was mad about that for 2 days, and then it's oh well, it's the Supreme Court, we can't do shit about it. So
I mean, that's just at a certain point, it's reality. They don't have the votes. Nobody has the votes. So why bother? Why linger on such a uncomfortable and unpleasant reality that one of the Supreme Court justices is just fucking a cash machine? If nothing can be done about it, then we might as well just politely move on.
But there are really funny details in the story. For instance, one of the places that they've jaunted off to is a hunting lodge in the Adirondack called Camp Topridge. Camp
Get Topridge.
Yeah.
Did you catch the detail in the story about the painting of him and Crow? It's like worth reading the description because it's like an oil painting of the homies, but there's like a Native American person in the middle. I kept scrolling desperately, like being please tell me there's a photo of this painting. Like, so an Indian man standing astride them in this like oil painting.
It's a statue. It's a statue. I think it's just like that's a real statue at Camp Getting Top. And it's like it's them. They're out on the Adirondack chairs, and like it's Du Bois. It's like those like dorm room posters of like Tony Soprano playing cards with the Goodfellas and the Corleone family, except with like the pastiest legs in shorts you've ever seen. But yeah, let me read this here. It says. Crow's private lakeside resort, Camp Topridge, sits in a remote corner of the Adirondacks in upstate New York. Closed off from the public by ornate wooden gates, the 105-acre property, once the summer retreat of the same heiress who built Mar-a-Lago, features an artificial waterfall and a great hall where Crow's guests are served meals prepared by private chefs. Inside, there's clear evidence of Crow and Thomas's relationship. A painting of the two men at the resort sitting outdoors smoking cigars alongside conservative political operatives. A statue of a Native American man, arms outstretched, stands in the center of the image, which is photographic in its clarity. And like when I saw this in the piece, like it looks like a photograph, like, but it's not exactly an impressionistic take on Du Bois smoking cigars.
I'm thinking about like what if there's another painting in the hunting lodge that's like the Bill Clinton in the dress that was in like Epstein's mansion, but it's Clarence Thomas, wearing heels and kicking up his legs.
They have a Dorian Gray style picture where it's actually getting skinnier as Thomas gets fatter.
Yeah, he's on Ozempic now.
Oh my god.
There's another really funny detail in the story about one of their like super yacht trips to New Zealand. It says as a token of appreciation, he gave one yacht worker a copy of his memoir. Thomas signed the book. Thank you so much for all your hard work on our New Zealand adventure.
R being the operative word there.
Thanks for cleaning up all the cum and used condoms that were just everywhere. I know you had to take the mop out, 10 times a day,
God.
But here's a signed copy of a book no one's ever read.
And they also on their super yacht tour, they also visited the island with all the Komodo dragons.
Well, see, I'm jealous of that one. Did you notice also the sourcing on the story is so funny because, it's like actual reporting, but like one of the sources was a scuba diving instructor. So it's like they really like talk to like the vendors that like service them like on all these tropical vacations.
I wish they'd reached out to some of the vendors that service them at the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, seriously.
But I mean, I guess the reactions to this have been sort of varied. As some people being like, "Oh, this is this brings just a new shroud of doubt and incredibility to the Supreme Court." But then some people are just saying that like, look, Thomas is not like he's ideologically committed to like the Federalist Society even before they started paying for his super yacht vacation. So. Is this really corruption, or is this just friends having a good time?
What's a little corruption between friends?
Exactly.
Seems like Justice Thomas is like, getting paid out like a slot machine. But hey, like they could just be endemic to the entire federal judiciary. So there's that. But I mean, I think the thing to remember with all this is that it's not hypocrisy for these guys because this is what their ideology is about and means. I don't think he could be ideologically swayed by a yacht trip or whatever, but like his ideology is going on yacht trips where you can like hunt people and get a photorealistic painting of yourself with the Federalist Society founder or whatever.
Yeah, like you don't actually need to lobby these guys. Like, they're already there with you. So like,
True.
Yeah, is it a bad look to take vacations from some guy named Harlan Crow? Sure, but like it doesn't matter. Like he's already ruling for shit that guys like that love.
I mean, I think it certainly affects like what things that they'll the emphasis on certain issues, or I think they can be like swayed, not like ideologically, but they can be I think cajoled into paying more attention to certain things rather than others. I think that's largely how this kind of corruption works.
Right, like what cases they choose to take up or whatever.
Yeah, something like, or just like the areas of interest that suit the Leonard Leos of the world. Like I don't think he's gonna like, become more conservative as a result of this. But I mean, I think it is just really funny in contrast to that fake ass documentary that they made about him, where he's like, I don't mind being among the fancy courtesans of Europe, but like, I'll just take a normal lot lizard, a normal style, regular lot lizard. And by the way,
I don't necessarily like think these things are bribes in the direct sense where it's like, okay, we'll give you this vacation if you rule in X way, because it is kind of true. Like, he's already done that, would probably already do that. This more seems to me to be like, a reward for time served. This is just like an ongoing reward system for people who are, already brought up through the Federalist Society system, or glommed onto it.
Yeah, it's like,
True.
Yeah, you can't extricate the rewards, the fun, the treats, the trips from the ideology. I believe these things because it's like, we do sacrifices because it makes it rain. Well, I vote this way and look at all these wonderful things that happen just because of my belief.
And like Harlan Crow did give comment to the story, and he was just like, listen, like Ginny and Clarence are dear friends of ours, and yes, like I have spent probably tens of millions of dollars, but that's only because I want to promote education about Clarence Thomas to the American public.
That's so important. That's so important.
I mean, just more people have got to know what a great
So
man he is.
weird
And
that
how
like
normal and
it
regular he is.
sometimes works, it doesn't work.
Isn't this really the difference between like the corruption that a state legislator does and the corruption that like a senator or a Supreme Court justice does? The latter category does it in this way, where it's like the rewards aren't necessarily tied in a time frame to the acts. Like they're done in such a way that like, maybe in a better country, people could be prosecuted for it, but it's definitely not going to happen in this one. And it would be an uphill climb for like any U.S. prosecutor to make the case in our current system. The former category will like be photographed accepting a giant bag of money from like a guy wearing a shirt with his job on it, like he's in a Ben Harrison cartoon.
True.
A guy wearing a shirt that says the sorghum lobby the day before he votes on something called like the sorghum bill, and go to prison for 3 years. That's really different.
Or like even paltrier rewards. Like if you're a state lawmaker, like you're just like photographed being taken by a lobbyist to like the nicest steakhouse in Cincinnati.
Yeah, you receive like a $2,000 payout in Southwest miles.
Hey, you can use those to go anywhere that Southwest flies.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If you want to go to Tempe, Arizona, you can do whatever you want.
You want to go to Terre Haute for just miles.
Yeah.
I mean, people forget that the Supreme Court in 2016 basically made political corruption legal.
It was a unanimous decision too.
Yeah, they overturned Bob McDonnell's conviction, which was a very similar deal of here's some money for legislation, but we never said that explicitly, so you can't know that, so it's okay. I mean, they've already made the precedent,
true, actually.
so he did nothing wrong. He made sure that he did nothing wrong. It's very conscientious.
Yeah, getting caught for corruption in federal politics at this point, it's the same thing as getting caught for PEDs in professional sports. It's not a drug test, it's an IQ test.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, not only is it legal, but I mean, like, the fact that he's doing this so openly and has never once disclosed, or I mean, like, I know there are people in the judiciary, or probably like Democratic Supreme Court justices, who probably agonize over disclosure forms when they order DoorDash for like the office for staying late or something like that. And it's like, that just shows what dummies they are, because they could be they could be hanging out with Bruce Springsteen and shit. There's got to be some Democratic billionaires out there with like, David Geffen or whatever, could take him to his Bohemian Grove.
Oh man.
Yeah, you never hear about George Soros. George Soros flying people around to the Caribbean.
He needs to get his paper up.
I can't hear these.
Oh my
God,
boy, justices, get them out of here.
Sick of these broke boy liberals.
But again, like, just to underscore, like, this is not hypocrisy on Justice Thomas's part. Like, this is why he is Justice Thomas. This is what he believes in. Like, this is not corruption to him. This is the best part of being a citizen of the United States of America in a participatory democracy.
He ground for that view. He ground for that view, and you are a pocket watching hater if you have a problem with it.
I just like the detail about him touring Komodo National Park. It's like he probably tried to leave his wife there, hoping she wouldn't get noticed among the local. Oh, have you seen her, folks? She is oof. Oh
She's
boy,
busted. This is not the Lolita. This is not the Lolita Express. This is
I know,
the old crone. This is the old crone express.
The Baba Yaga Express. Yeah. Just the Komodo Dragon National Park, and then there's one detail at the end of the story that I thought was great.
Oh my god!
He's taking Harlan Crow's private jet to do like a less than a 1 hour flight to a Catholic cemetery in the bucolic suburb of New York City. They were unveiling the bronze statue of the Justice's beloved 8th grade teacher, a nun, according to Catholic Cemetery magazine.
Here's why I'm
we got some
mad,
wildness.
bro. Here's why I'm mad, and I'm about to tell y'all niggas what's going on, gang. I'm not mad because Aiden said this. I wish he just had said like some names or addressed directly who like this under him. You feel what I'm saying? Because everybody here just falls under the category of switching up, and he probably didn't mean it, but the internet just gonna eat it up how it is. Chat. As soon as this clip hit the internet, right? As soon as this clip hit the internet, Aiden texted me and said, "There's a clip going around, not about you, bro. You and I talk off stream all the time, and you always checking up on me. Hope you're good, brother." A heart. I responded and said, "Yeah, bro, I'm great. I was gonna call you about that, but you didn't say any specific names, so I couldn't be mad at it. Anyway, hope you're doing amazing, bro." Chat, let me tell y'all, bro. I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. You can ask Aiden your damn self. You can ask any of the guys. You can ask anybody, chat. One thing is, when I make friends, bro, them niggas is my friends, bro. I'm going to check up on them. I'm going to shoot them texts here and there. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to make sure all my friends is good. Bro, with the whole little switch and Aiden getting banned off Twitch permanently, bro, I knew that Aiden was going to, go through some challenges, and with the whole internet hating the nigga, he was gonna go through some challenges. I tell Aiden all the time, I say, yo, bro, you gotta be careful on the internet, cause bro, everybody wants to see you fail. Everybody wants to see your downfall. Everybody wants to see you envy. Now my chat, when y'all niggas spam L Aiden in my fucking chat, what do I always say? Be honest, bro. I always be like, damn, why y'all all hate Aiden? Like, damn, y'all just fucked with Aiden the whole time. Y'all did something like that. I always say that, bro. I literally always say that, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So niggas ate.
On like the one hand, I kind of understand where he's like coming from too, because when you're as big as these guys too, like getting the hate is like almost unavoidable. Okay, like I can like empathize with that to a certain extent too. I'm nowhere near as big as Aiden Ross or like Kai Cenat over here, but I understand too, and that kind of like fucks with you mentally too. But at the same time too, even if you're getting all that internet hate too, like doing some of the shit that he's doing now is just like, did you really need to do that? There's a certain level of responsibility. I can only treat you as a kid for like so long, and none of these guys are kids too, by the way. They're all like young men, and I feel like we're making like excuses for like young men quite a bit too. Like at some point in time, you have to like take responsibility for your actions and like what you're doing, and like people are eventually gonna be like, yo, you can't keep doing like all this wild shit and crazy shit that you're doing too. And it's like not like when Kai or your age or Bruce does something wild, it's entertaining. Or Gideon does something like a prank, that's fucking entertaining. All right, I can understand that's entertaining, and in all honesty, it's harmless. It's like when like Aiden's like jerking off, like, and he's calling like girls that like hate on him on like Omegle or something like that, or like he's talking to Nick Fuentes, he's having like a friendly conversation with them too, while like Nick Fuentes, I can say this now because I'm not on Twitch, after he would put someone like me and Destiny and Vosh in the oven first and Hassan in the oven, he would put fucking Aiden Ross in the oven right after us too, obviously in a video game. But right, he would do that. Let's be real. The same thing with like with Sneeko. They associate with motherfuckers like that too. But like but like in the world that Nick Fuentes is like wants to create, at least in America anyway, guys like Kai, guys like Sneeko, guys like me wouldn't fucking exist in it. Like, I don't understand, because he agrees with you on some things. Like, bro, you wouldn't, like, I don't understand how you can, like, I understand, like, maybe talking to him, debating him, like, with Destiny, he demystified, like, fucking, even for me, like, the dangers of, like, Nick Fuentes. And he made sure it's just, like, you know, like the Batman v Superman meme, he bleeds, you know, shit like that. Like, he's just some dude. But eventually, you know, my sympathy meter is gonna go empty, and at this point it's gone empty for Aiden. He's gotta be held bro, like, no offense to you, like, people like on the internet are not like overly rational too, but some people tend to be too forgiving. I'm not saying Kai here is like too forgiving of like Aiden too. I understand too, very much so, that sometimes like you want to be loyal to people because they've been with you through some things too, and you have a good relationship with them, you just don't want to like cut people off like that too. But like eventually, like, yo, does Aiden Rosny really need to be doing all the crazy shit that he's still doing now too, just to maintain attention? Like, you could find different avenues to evolve. If you want to change your content up and evolve, that's fine too. But the things he's doing too, you look at it, it's like, bro, who are you doing this for too? Like, your audience? Like, your audience is spamming like fucking slurs and like swastikas in chat. Like, come on, man. They think they're being funny, but something tells me they're not being funny.
Picked this shit up and ran to my DMs and started atting me and shit like that. And bro, my whole thing is, bro, Chat, y'all gotta understand, Twitch has completely blackballed this nigga. This nigga is literally not allowed to be seen, spoken with, or talked about on the site of Twitch. He is permanently banned on Twitch. So publicly, it may look like niggas don't fuck with him. Publicly, I can only speak on me and only me and my boy's Aiden's relationship. Me personally, I know I can't talk about him. I can't do shit with him on stream. And I just go on my way and I shoot him a text here and there just to make sure they're mentally doing okay. But the nigga switched to a whole different platform. The internet is against that nigga right now. Shit, he's lonely on, bro. He the only nigga on Kick right now that's like, he like friends. Of course, I'm gonna go check up on the nigga, bro. He probably going through mad shit. I always shoot him a text, bro. Always. You feel what I'm saying? And that shit ain't ever gonna change, bro. I always make sure everybody that I fuck with is good no matter what, bro. Cause, bro, that shit is real. All that mental shit is, bro, that shit is all real, bro. That shit will have a nigga down. So one simple text out of the day, come on, bro. That shit shouldn't mean nothing. It
really started with him like breaking out Aiden, that is like with his girlfriend too. It's just like that he just like went down like a dark path, man. Just like, damn, man. The thing is like too, like, you forget, like, young guys like that, even with all the money and shit, like, he just like fucked around. But now it's just like, I wonder, like, I mean, like, platforms are gonna ban you, you know, you break your terms of service. Now more than ever, I really believe like the people behind Twitch, they are the people that like Trainwrecks and like Destiny like talk about. Like, they are like those people too. More and more I see it too. But like, guys like Kai, Your Agent, Bruce are still on the platform too. And if they're smart too, those guys should get like custom contracts on Twitch. You should sign these guys to an exclusive contract, pay them all the money, and then keep them on the platform. Keep those communities on the platform too. And they should have like direct lines with like trust and safety too. So if like there's like a problem, you know, be like, hey Kai, we'll give you like a 1-day ban because you broke this rule. This is the reason why you broke the rule. Just make sure the next time too. And just be, you know, the thing is too, he'll take the ban too. From everything I've seen from Kai and like Bruce, they'll take the ban. But I think the issue is like there's no communication, and these are like the biggest performers on the platform. So if they're like the biggest performers on the platform, they're gonna get some level of special treatment, right? That's understood. But I think the biggest issue is like it's not really clear sometimes why you got banned, because you point to this too. There should be, if you're gonna point to like a phrase in the terms of service, right? There should be an explanation underneath. This is like an example of it too. Like, here's an example of like what you said. Like, or here is the example of like what you said or did on stream that got you banned. And then you can see it, and then like you can enumerate on it and be like, oh, okay. That's all right. I can see how that like violated the terms of service. Okay, my bad. I accept my ban or whatever too. And maybe if you can appeal your ban, hey, listen, I think I at least should deserve like a lower sense, because this is the full context of what I said. I'm sorry for what I'm saying. I'll make sure I couch the language, or I won't say that specifically again. And more often than not, I think they should like kind of forgive you and be like, all right, if it's like a week ban, you cut it to half. Like, here's 2-3 days off. All right, there you go. Because people do make a living off these platforms. That's the thing. Now hold on. I'll finish playing that clip, but there's a reason why I got that. It's the guns and the Republicans. Okay, it is the guns and the Republicans. Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus. In between this, ad for Exter. There you go. All right. Stephen Miller. Why is Stephen Miller talking? Creates phony legal organization. Miller invents a story to back up a Trump conspiracy theory. Coordinating with the GOP House Judiciary, Jim Jordan tweets out the propaganda. Trump family claims victory. Ah, okay. Let's see. America First. Ah. Okay, what does... Let's go back to the original. Let's go back to the original tweet and see the thread. Okay, I believe it. This is like a pretty common like tactic too, by the way, by the right. Then former Trump aides, MAGA influencer, and far-right disinformation blog tweets out the phony story. The MAGA Republican disinformation machine is all very coordinated, sophisticated, but very transparent if you're looking closely. And yes, House Republicans are in on it. Go ahead and save it. Once you narrow in on the claim, it gets even more spurious and ridiculous. DOJ authorized a search of Mar-a-Lago. They called it the Biden White House DOJ. There's literally nothing being said here, just a weak attempt to tie it to Biden personally. And he's going to have to respond to this too, especially if he goes through. Yep. Now it's being laundered through Fox and Murdoch properties. They cite the report to give legal cover. The report that came from Trump propaganda, Stephen Miller. Yep. Well, he's just pretending to be one to spread disinformation on behalf of Trump. Jesus, man. Shit like that. Okay. Back to the content. So, oh yeah, this is what I was looking for.
Been taking care of themselves. I'm here to open up to you guys about the title of the video. I'm just gonna get straight into it. I was on a binge drinking lean. If you guys don't know what that is, it's cough syrup. Do not do it. I'll talk more into it. I'll talk more about it later on, but I was addicted to that. And I fell off my journey a little bit. And I started doing things, and arrogance started coming out of me, and I became a version of myself I wasn't familiar with, and people around me weren't. And just when I was off it, just fevers and sweats, and just became a really, really bad person, and stomach problems and constipation, just all sorts of crazy stuff, man. And
okay,
you know, you end up in this trap. And for everyone that's suffering addiction, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And at first, you know, you're like, I'll never do that, and then you end up doing.
This actually happens when it's like a long video.
About it. TikTok does, but I know my YouTube comment section, you guys have always been showing me love, and it's honestly just so positive over here, man. I just feel so comfortable speaking freely, right? But I fell off my weight journey, as I said, and I plan on getting right back in the gym, guys. You know, I spoke to Tristan and Andrew. They told me straight up, you need to punish yourself, like ASAP. You need to punish.
Jesus Christ, the guy. Oh my God. No, he's... God. Okay. No, you don't punish yourself for an addiction. You need help. Acknowledge you have an addiction and then get professional help to like help solve that addiction problem. Don't like quote unquote punish yourself. It's fucking nuts. Okay? Jesus Christ. All right.
Punish yourself. Don't go to gym Monday. Go now. You know, so I'm disciplining myself as we speak. When you're on opioids, you crave nothing but sweets. I got all these sweets out of my system. Like, I'm just trying to sweat all this stuff out of my system, all these things trying to get out of me, throwing out everything, all junk food, back to a strict diet, back to my weight gains, and back to spreading love and nothing but love, because we live in a world where evil is very, very contagious, and it just dwells and it exists on so many people, and it's horrible. Another thing I want to do is I want to use my platform, my message to really just let everyone know that you're not alone, man, and you know, this addiction stuff is real. I know a lot of people that are still addicted to it, not even just lean, bro, like just in general, just drugs and alcohol and all these things. That's just horrible, bro. Like, you can be better, bro. Like, I get it, it's an escape, but it's just a trap. It's the devil just tempting you, bro. Like, you don't need that. You're you. I love you, and I'm here for you. You know, it's serious, man. And you know, I've been clean for about a week now, getting off it. I took a little break from streaming and videos and stuff, but you know, man, I'm getting back to my normal self, man. And I'm getting happy again, and I was in such a dark hole, and I'm gonna open up more about it on my streams. I stream now, as you guys know, on Kick. Link in the bio if you want to tune in. And you're just gonna see a lot better from me.
Okay. Good for Aiden. I hope he gets better. That's honest, but like, you know, come on, man. Jesus Christ, man. On fucking lean. This guy's a multimillionaire and he was doing lean. If you don't know what lean is, what's this?
All that struggled with a heroin addiction for probably 15 years. 2018, I came home from prison. Got introduced to video games and streaming, and to be honest, surrounding myself with that and work has saved my life. I'm not a huge streamer. I barely have any followers, but video games and watching people stream saved my life and kept me out of trouble. So a huge shout out to Aiden for coming clean about his opioid addiction. I definitely know the struggle of it all. Like I said, heroin addiction, I struggled with for probably 15 years. So much love, huge props. Love to see more streamers and people help start off by helping people with addiction and noticing that and trying to take it into consideration of things. Much love, guys.
I give that a like. Yeah. Good for him, man. Good for him for getting his life straight. I'm just shocked that like someone as rich as Aiden was like doing lean. Couple of comments that are positive, mostly like making fun of Aiden. I mean, listen, man, you know, like people are gonna have their opinions too, but you know, if he's it's good that he admitted that and he's getting help. Like, don't like punish yourself. I think that's not exactly like the positive message that you should get out of it. Like, you should get fucking help for it, you know what I mean? But as long as he's acknowledging he's doing something to get himself better, I guess that's good. Yeah, this is like the Hassan take here too. I mean, yeah, you know, he's a young guy. He's kind of fucked around. He's a little lost. He's doing some wild shit. He just admitted to doing lean. You know, it's cough syrup. That's all. It's cough syrup and like mixed in with like a couple other stuff too. But it's primarily cough syrup. You drink enough of that shit, it's gonna get you high as fuck. I've never done it before. I know people who have done it, but it does fuck you up and you can't get addicted to it. It's hold on. Oh, let me look at the other screen. It's cough syrup and some other things too. I'm not gonna say specifically like what it is, but it is like essentially cough syrup. Oh yeah. Lean, also known as purple drink, perp syrup, Walker oil. Yeah, purple drink. That's sort of the slang back in the day when it was used. In my time. Yeah. Yeah, it's prescription strength cough. Cold syrup. Yeah. It's fucking Jesus. I remember Vice did like a video essay on it too. It's actually very informative as well. You can find it on their channel too. Just look for Lean. Jesus. God damn. All right. Listen, if he's lying about it, then that makes him a fucking scumbag, because people do deal with like addiction, but like if he was honest about it and he was taking care of himself, then good, good on him. Okay.
Fit to serve in the Senate representing the biggest state in this country. She's currently out for shingles. That is sad. That is obviously not her fault. But because she is not in the Judiciary Committee, Durbin has said that it has made it basically impossible to move a lot of these lower court nominees to the Senate for a vote, which means that Dianne Feinstein, who should not be in the Senate, is now preventing us from being able to confirm judges. And as sad as it is to sort of see someone who's had an incredibly storied and long and important career and has done a lot of good for this state, I think what the people around Dianne Feinstein are doing, allowing, being part of this farce of having a lack of a senator in such an important job, is really wrong. And Dianne Feinstein should no longer be in the Senate. She should resign, and more people should be calling on her to resign. There's been a lot.
As cold as that is, that there is like politics really is like a cold endeavor. You have to be kind of cold in politics, be able to like get that power too. They have a majority in the Senate. The Democrats do. They should be filling up these seats, because we don't know what's going to happen in 2024. We really don't. It leans toward Democrats. The Senate, not so much. We should really start filling up these seats now as much as possible. You do not want a bunch of far right-wing judges like the judge in that one federal court that sits in, I think it's in Amarillo in Texas. You're gonna have a bunch of those guys like those lower court judge filling up. We want Republicans filling up those lower court judgeships. Get the fuck out of here. No, fill this up as much as possible. She should resign, and then let fucking. I think it would be Newsom. Let Newsom fill up that seat, and then put a Democrat in there too. Had that person like fill up that seat, and basically rubber stamp like all those and fill up all those seats with Biden nominees. I'd rather have your classic liberal judge in those seats than like a far right Republican judge, like an Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, etc. Okay, Alito. I want someone has to talk to her and tell her, even if she's like Billy Conscious, you got to tell her, Senator, it's time to resign. Let the governor fill up the seat and let us get these like judges like passed too. This is a problem too. I feel for her. Listen, I feel for her. I feel for her family, but I really think, and Biden won't do this because I think that he's an institutionalist in one thing, but I also think that he wouldn't feel personally comfortable doing it too. But if you're the president, you make a lot of uncomfortable decisions. He needs to get in contact with her, and he needs to tell her, Senator, time for you to resign. I'm sorry. Like, do it in a nice possible way, but like tell her very frankly that she has to resign. Also, Larry Elder wasn't a good candidate too for Republicans. He's just... Shit. Okay. Yeah, we're just kind of like Troy Scroll. Jesus Christ. salon. Okay. Okay. That's a good thing. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Trinity Moravian Church, for helping out your fellow North Carolinians. That's a good thing. But people shouldn't be going to medical debt. I'll applaud the act, but I think we should bring awareness to the fact that it takes a church here or Mr. Beast to do some extraordinary act of kindness like this, where it shouldn't be necessary for them to do something like this too. But I do applaud the act. So thank you for all those who participated. I imagine those people are in much better situations now without all that excessive medical debt. I do applaud it. Good job, folks. And I'll give this for More Perfect Union a like too. Chad Johnson. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Wingstop. Listen, I actually do like Wingstop wings. They're pretty good. Richie, damn it. Oh yeah, Lorenzo Neal is fantastic. That position's all but like redundant now. Few teams, like few running, like teams that run more often than not, like the 49ers have a pretty decent fullback. But normally you just put like a tight end in their spot now too. Two great actors too. Ethan Hawke, Training Day, phenomenal role. The remake of Magnificent Seven 2 was really good. Ooh, very interesting. For a great linebacker. Industrialization, larger population too. I mean, it's not just like capitalism. You know, capitalism is in part, but there's multiple steps that led to like cities looking the way they are now. The new devour map. We're just Twitter scrolling at this point, man. I'm like a degenerate when it comes down to Twitter. That's a good line. Kentucky, a sanctuary state for weapons. Jesus Christ now, man. A lot of like pities, man. I see this too from Keith Olbermann's account. A lot of pities go through here too, and it's sad too. A lot of people, they can't maintain a dog. That's the only thing too, especially in the city. It's expensive, It's hard to find a place that has like a dog too. There needs to be like locations where like a lot of these animals too, instead of being, and the reason why they get put to death too, they don't have the room. So there's a clock too, so somebody can adopt them. They're really a lot of these dogs just don't have the training to be able to like be put with other dogs as well. So what really needs to happen is you can put them on like farms. I've always had this idea of like some sanctuaries, farms, to allow these dogs to like be free, checked on, and they can be places where like veterinarians can go and train and keep up to date with like the latest veterinary practices too with these animals. So it'd be a good place too. And then like if anyone wants to adopt them, they can get. And what the thing is too, you can train them there too. You can make sure they're medically sound, that they're all vaccinated up and they have all their shots and whatnot, that they're properly neutered as well. And then you can go and you can adopt them in these locations too. Now they have to be well regulated and make sure like they're not like areas where they illegally breed these dogs, you know, and abuse them. But like you can do it too. It has to be a good amount of regulation there as well. But you can do it, and these animals can have like a second chance too, and people can go there and adopt them. And if no one adopts them, they can have like, you know, have like good lives. Because, you know, these, you know, you treat dogs as like, you know, I know like your domestic animals are property, but like, you know, people feel affection with dogs and cats and whatnot. Coordination drills for Francisco Alvarez and Joey Cora. Good on him. Jesus Christ. Dude, this is making it harder and harder for people to like vote. You know, this disenfranchises people in their own party too, right? This does, because this fucks over people in their own party. I don't understand it. Yeah. So, the bill that will require Iowa caucus participants to vote in person. This would effectively kill the mail-in plan Iowa Democrats put together for 24 in their effort to remain. I hate these goddamn people. Jesus. You're seeing things like this like all the time too. Eventually, you know, there's not gonna be any more swing states anymore. I can't imagine. That guy can go fuck himself. AAA, G Fuel, Golden Apple Pear. All right. Good on Angry Joe. I promise you, we're gonna be playing video games sooner rather than later. I'm probably gonna have to go downstairs and get some more coffee too and use the bathroom. Oh, what's this? All right, Aaron. All right, good memes. He is right. I also understand. And there's a reason why, by the way, too, there's a reason why law enforcement, that should be telling to you, too, that, like, law enforcement is scared to confront this gun. Why do you think that is? Why do you think law enforcement are afraid to, like, confront people with this gun? Yeah. And the argument is, like, people use this gun for hunting. Get the fuck out of here, bro. That thing's used for one thing and one thing only. Kill fucking terrorists. Okay? In a video game. Oh yeah, I forgot about this too. Well, if I find a video on it, I'll watch it on stream. Jim Jordan's getting sued. Good for him. Unlike the 1/6 Select Committee, Jim's committee subpoenas can't have legislative purpose because it lacks the 4 elements set by SCOTUS. In the Mazars case, to subpoena another branch of the government. Second, Bragg seeks to enjoin subpoenas and testimony because they would violate grand jury secrecy rules, along with multiple privileges including work product, attorney-client, deliberative process, and public interest. Unlike the lawsuits meant to block the 1/6 Committee, I believe Bragg will win this one on these arguments because Bragg's arguments are legitimate. Here are the 2 causes of action. Constitutional authority, grand jury secrecy, and privilege. Here's what Bragg is asking for. That's the word 4 clause. Declaratory judgments being assured though invalid. Permanent injunction and temporary restraining order adjoining. Event chairman are invalid. Plaintiff's reasonable costs, including attorney's fees, and deems proper. Okay. And here's a link to the full filing. Very good. Copy here. Paste this here for anybody who wants to read that. Yeah, it's not. I have my Restream chat up. Yeah, whatever. I turned links off, and I turned them back on, I think, but still not posting the links. Maybe it's something else. No, it looks like Bragg might need to win this one on appeal. John Judge Mary Kay Viscolso, a Trump appointee who has weighed in on matter related to hush money charges before. To me, this is even better. Appeal will drag it out and keep Jim Jordan's shenanigans in the news. Trump affairs story. Okay. This is from Kyle Cheney. Among Bragg's filings, a letter Pomerantz sent to Jordan informing him that he would not comply with the committee's request for testimony, in part because of an instruction from the DA's office, which is also included. Update: Judge Visco has rejected Bragg's temporary restraining order request and instead ordering him to serve the lawsuit on Jordan by tonight and for Jordan to respond by April 17th. Hearing set for April 19th. Wow, April 19th is when? That is a Wednesday. Oh, can we watch this hearing live? That's the thing. That sounds like an awful ruling he gives cause. Alright, read the Mazars ruling, have a great day. So Magic Box here. I'm a damn box, 61 followers, 467 following. Let's see what he says here. Intertubes, Magic Box. To low income apartments. Okay. Last tweet, all right, that's April 3rd. Paperclip guy coming back, okay. Developer her tricks. Okay. Okay. That's him with a crack pipe. Okay. I got cat turd there. So basically, fake right-wing account used to troll people. Just get like a nylon cable. Don't get like those like cheap plastic cables, to be honest with you. Don't do that too. There's no such thing as indestructible. We must prepare for war against... The fuck are these people talking about? Jesus Christ. They were... No offense, he probably should have done like a Tony Soprano voice in the Mario movie. By the way, the Mario movie was actually pretty decent. Yeah, it was actually fun. It's fucking Super Mario. Like, what do you want? You want like this deeper like dive into Mario? Maybe in the I think they should do another one. I think maybe in that one you let him sound like they honestly that's not wrong too. The way they sounded in The Sopranos probably would have made sense for two brothers from Brooklyn who are of Italian descent. Because if you did like, hey, it's me, Mario. Oh my goodness, it's a giant dinosaur, Bowser. Oh, I can't even do that for an extended period of time. People, that wouldn't, it's not that it wouldn't have been okay. People would have been like, yeah, it's a little bit too extra. You should talk like Tony Soprano. Like, thing is, I can't play any, I think on YouTube, I don't want to get demonetized off of YouTube, but you guys know, like, we do like a 30-second clip of like Tony Soprano real quick. Let's see, short clip of Tony. There you go, right here.
With that wedding takedown in Ringwood?
Why? Is that a problem?
I told you that doctor was a friend of mine. I deliberately used that word. Are you aware of how many things a fucking MD can do for us?
There you go. That's all Chris Pratt was. Now, he obviously maybe went out with that same like inflection and tone, but that's how he could have sounded. And I think Chris Pratt could have pulled that off too. I think that's probably would have been best too. Literally, those two motherfuckers, Charlie Day and Chris Pratt, they should have like they were like on the set of Sopranos. That would have worked. That would have worked perfectly for a Brooklyn accent too. Because I know plenty of guys from Brooklyn who sound like that, and it's perfectly fine. Two like older Italian guys, that would have worked too. But the movie was good. Yeah, the movie was good, man. You know, I think the one I'll say this though, the one thing major complaint was I think they were trying to add a little bit too much like in the movie too. It's like they want to make sure we want to add in as much Mario of all the different games that's in there too. They could have like maybe they should have kept like a little bit less, or they've taken out a little bit less and like slowly teased it and be like, hey, you'll see more of this in the Mario movie too, you know, and continue the story from there. And then you can do like something like with Galaxy, something like that, something like absolutely absurd, you know, and just teased it. But like, yeah, the movie was good too. Audience, I think audiences don't listen to the critics. They're like, I don't know, but like the critics are gonna be critics. Like you should go and watch the movie and judge for yourself. And I think you're gonna enjoy it. Generally, you will enjoy it. Same thing with Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't think I was gonna enjoy Dungeons and Dragons. It's a good movie. They got a franchise there. They got a good. They have a good franchise there. To be honest with you too, and because it doesn't have to be like Guardians. If they were going for Guardians, and I think they nailed the tone with that cast. The cast works in that. Kick streamers trending. What makes my content worthy of your time? Okay.
I'm just kidding. Let's get real here. I too fell victim to this, and I was looking at the numbers and I thought to myself, man, what am I doing wrong? Until I realized one very important factor. Popularity breeds popularity. I don't think people care how much time you put in. People want to watch what's popular. They don't care. So what makes my content worthy of your time? Yep. Peace out. Well, fuck you. Oh, fuck, I'm excited. Look at his little tail. Oh, look at me, everybody. I know I'm not popular, but I got something that nobody else has. I'm still thinking about it. No one cared who I
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually good production there. That's good. You should check that. You should check that out too. That's actually good. $5,000 prize tool. Prize pool. Oh, this was 6 hours ago. Okay. Good on you. Fuck it. Reply here too. Me? Oh, does this actually like take me to like my what is my tag? You would think that like I would know it by now, but I don't. Would I do anything for money? No, obviously not. Would I do anything for money? No, obviously not. Oh, that's kind of like they had to like stop doing keeping like the voice, keeping the volume on. Jesus Christ. I actually don't sound like that bad. Yes, I got it right. Oh no, what the? And yes, I am live. See? Why isn't it? Is there something going on that I can't do it that way? It's taking me here? Yeah, so it's taking me here. Good. Okay, I got that to work. Thank God. Look, as I like beg people for like money. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Saw that with Destiny a couple of times. Do it. Do it. Alright. Saw a lot of self-promotion stuff, but yeah. Good stuff too.
You think? Because guess what? How stupid do you feel? Seriously, you probably feel so fucking dumb right now. Yeah, I have real coffee in there, bozo. Why are you guys writing question mark? That's a classic pan bit? You think I poured it into a pan? Well, guess what? You don't know me at all. Seriously. Here we go! So get fucking real. Anyways,
that's hilarious.
Thanks for the donation. Appreciate that.
I'm actually really nice. From now on, only wholesome bitch.
I'm glad that guy. He's legitimately funny. Oh God, this is like depressing. Crucial tech to AG Letitia James. Oh shit. That's what he does, man. He's always done it. New Orleans Police Department. New Orleans. Oh, okay. Gotcha. all shorts. Scherzer. Yeah, that's like a big thing too. Scherzer's been shaky his last couple of starts. He's gotten the dubs, but he's not as dominant as he used to be. We really do need to like get like starting pitching too. Our starting pitching is Senga. I am very optimistic about. Senga, I'm very optimistic about. The other guys, not so much. Next guy game Saturday. Eddie Edwards. God damn. The Mohawk. Oh, it's very beautiful. We are just Twitter scrolling right now, too. It is so addicting. Twitter. Oh. God, America. Damn, man. He's just getting dumpstered. Would say kids can't carry a gun. They reject the amendment. Okay. Jesus. God damn. The thing is, it's good to catch it now, even though he doesn't use it anymore, only because if you don't catch it now, you leave it to fester, you've removed a avenue of making money for yourself. You don't want to do that. You want to keep all avenues open for yourself too. That's why, like, you know, as I stretch, you should be discerning about what sponsorships you do, but you shouldn't just like take the meeting. That's all I have to say. Just take the meeting, because you don't know who knows who behind the scenes, right? You might know some people, you don't know all the people though. So just be discerning. You can be discerning about what sponsorships you take, but don't just like outright say no. Like at least like take the meeting, especially as you grow and you get more opportunities. That goes with anything in life. Don't be burning bridges like that, unless you're like a multimillionaire that I'm not aware of. Oh my god, 109 tweets. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, y'all, and then I'm going to I'm probably gonna put the Mets game on the second screen here, so I can watch that too. But we'll finish this video off too.
Okay, I can just say, me personally, I go out my way, and Aiden is literally one call away. I literally call that nigga whenever, bro. You feel me? But yeah, I just want to go ahead and say that because a lot of people came to my shit like Ron, and I'm not tripping on nothing.
Mew Kitty's up after this. Nope. We're not gonna spoil it. Nope. She is back. Mew Kitty's back, and she's monetized again. So she got that. Number one, you should not ban Mew Kitty because she criticizes you, and when she criticizes you, boy, that fucking when she criticizes you, I can feel it too. I remember the Fansley one with Cutie Cinderella in the Streamer Awards. I know that had to hurt a little bit. I was like, oh boy, that had to hurt a little bit. So we'll watch the Mew Kitty one, and then after I get back, we'll go full on into playing some actual video games too. We're like almost like 4 hours into the stream too, and technically this is a video game channel. Do that. Save the watch later. We can just do that. I like if you didn't see the trailer for the Marvels, it's actually like pretty good, and it has like the Beastie Boys soundtrack too. So I can't watch it on stream because I'll get demonetized for the video, or I'll get a copyright claim. But it's good though. I like what I saw too. It's the concept is very interesting too. It's not a new concept, like the core mechanic in the movie, but I am like very, very interested too. Actually, I do want to see what John Campy has to say about it, because me and John have very similar tastes in movies.
Considering where we're in here, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. November is still 7 months away. Quite frankly, it is too early to be dropping trailers for a movie that's coming out in 7 months, being the Marvels. But since it is the Marvels, and I'm kind of looking forward to this movie quite a bit, I was, of course, really excited yesterday when we found out and they announced that they would be dropping the first trailer for the Marvels today. And I wonder if part of the...
I know what he's about to say. I want to preempt it by saying, too, is I think they're trying to get, like, early fan engagement about how they feel about this movie, too. Well, actually, he might not say it, too. I wonder, too, because Brie Larson is, like, a very polarizing figure amongst, like, the fan base, too. Even though, and I'm a comic book geek, I'm going to tell you right now, her portrayal of that character is one of the most comic accurate portrayals of a character for any of these characters. Hers is incredibly comic accurate. Miss Marvel is Brie Larson, is the perfect casting too for her. And I'm wondering now if this is going to be like the slow send off, and it's going to be Monica Rambeau and I forget the actor's name for like Miss Marvel, and for Miss Marvel, and then Brie Larson's character is gonna be silently off somewhere else in the galaxy doing her own thing. And then when you talk about the Marvels, it's gonna be those two characters. I think that it would be incredibly interesting because they are essentially, you know, the people. Monica Rambeau looked up to Brie Larson's character, Carol Danvers, and obviously Miss Marvel, fangirl of Captain Marvel. So I think that would be a good send off for like Brie Larson's character, and then her pupil, her best friend's daughter, and then someone who idolizes her take up the mantle of that Marvel mantle. You know what I mean? I think that would be a good like send off too. That's why I have like no problem with like if somebody decides. I just don't like race swapping. You know, you turn Superman black, but if you like, let's say Superman died, and then you have like a young black man inherits the power of Superman through some science experiment or something crazy like that too, and then he decides to take on the mantle of Superman because he wants to honor Superman. Superman inspired him. I never have a problem with that too. It's the same thing when Miles Morales worked in the Ultimate Universe too, because he became Spider-Man. Peter Parker died. He was a fan of Spider-Man. He found out Peter Parker is just this guy from Queens who grew up like he is. Now Miles is from Brooklyn, but like there's a lot to relate to between the two, and like he's going through like the same thing, and he's learning. He's like, hey, what would Peter do in the situation? And it was very endearing, and everyone liked Miles in that way too. I have no problem like with that too. Someone takes on the mantle because they were inspired by this hero and they want to honor this hero, and as you watch them grow, they don't become the hero, they become the essence of the hero, but there's layers of like who they are as an individual plastered into and merged into what makes like the Batman, what makes Spider-Man, what makes Superman, like that. Like I have no problem like with that like whatsoever. I think that's fine when you want to honor someone, you're taking on the mantle. And to be honest with you, like Captain America, that's fine. Like someone can take on because remember the core of the character is Steve Rogers didn't have to become Captain America. He was chosen to be Captain America because the sign, I forget the sign, Dr. Ernstein or something like that, to the scientist who created the super soldier serum, saw Steve Rogers and says, even though he's this weak young man, I would rather give it to him because I know that I could trust him with this sort of power, because he'll be very discerning with the power that this super soldier serum would give him. Right? But it wouldn't necessarily have to be Steve Rogers. It could have been somebody else.
The reason they're dropping it this far too early.
Same thing with Superman. It could have been another Kryptonian who went to Earth too, and again founded by the Kents, and he may have essentially become Superman because he got raised in small town America by, you know, good people who taught him like these values, which he carries with himself to become Superman. It could be someone other Kryptonian. You know what I mean? It's just by chance.
Has something to do with the way it will position itself with
John with the aviator gin bottle.
Maybe yes, maybe no. We'll find out. But this morning, I think they debuted it on Good Morning America. I'm not 100% for sure. This morning, came the first trailer for the Marvels. 2 thoughts. Thought number 1, it does not feel the way I thought it would feel.
Yes,
I don't
that's
know
true.
for sure what it was I was expecting out of it, but I wasn't expecting the feel and the tone and whatever that it had.
Yes.
Because, and this will go into point number 2 in a second here, because honestly, to me, the tone and the feel of it, it does not feel like Captain Marvel 2. It feels like Ms. Marvel Season 2. This very much,
Yes,
and
that's a good way of putting it too. When I saw that trailer, I'm like digging it, the music, the Beastie Boys, and I'm like, oh, this looks good. This is just like, yeah. And like the interplay from the snippets from like the 3 Marvels, I was like, yo, I agree this. And it's not like this cringe like girl power thing too. It's just like these are good characters being put in this situation, and they have such like different personalities, right? And you're like, they're gonna come into conflict, and it's gonna be very endearing, and they're gonna come together as like a family. And I'm like, oh, I'm in on this. I'm gonna be very in on the character play and the villains and what they're up against and the different power levels and the power scaling involved too. I'm very into it too, and I think that's a good thing. But it did come off as a lot of a Miss Marvel, and I never finished actually watching the series, and I should, but I actually enjoyed it from what I saw too, because it's very fun and very comic booky. And I think Captain Marvel needed that. She needed something to be fun because she's such a serious character, right? And I think she needs like a foil for her to work a little bit more. She needs a foil, and the foil are the conflict that she has with Monica Rambeau, and the fact that there's like this young kid that looks up to her as a super fan. She's like, oh crap, like, you know, like those are 2 good foils for her.
I don't think Captain Marvel, the first Brie Larson one, was top shelf MCU, but I thought it was kind of on the second shelf, you know, like the original Ant-Man, the first Doctor Strange. I kind of put it there, like good, solid, enjoyable movie. Not top shelf, but I had a good time with it. But it had one specific tone, and I was kind of expecting it to feel like a Captain Marvel 2. But in reality, to me, it felt more like Kamala Khan. It felt like more like the
That's
Miss
the
Marvel
character
show.
name.
And that leads into point number 2 that I thought I had about it. That in no way is a bad thing.
Yes.
Because I'm going to tell you what, I surprisingly adored the trailer, and I think it is because of point 1 that it felt like Ms. Marvel. Look, I know there's still probably a bunch of people that have not seen Ms. Marvel. It's fucking brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
It is good. It is surprisingly good, and it was, the marketing wasn't great for it because it came off as like a Disney show from the Disney Channel, right? And I that's like not my generation. That's my sister's generation. But like that's not me. That's not for me. But it's actually, from what I've seen so far from Ms. Marvel, it's actually good, and the characters are good. The conflict in there is good, and the actor that plays Kamala Khan, she's really good, and it's just a lot. It's a lot of fun. Ms. Marvel, I actually read the comic book, especially the early comic books that introduced the character. She's very endearing, and she's a very likable character too. And they clearly like were very inspired by like the early Spider-Man comics, talking about Peter Parker when he became Spider-Man, and as a young person growing up in high school and dealing with all these powers and responsibilities. And it reflected a lot in like the Miss Marvel comics, and that was very endearing to me. And I think that you're going to enjoy it. I really think that this is going to be like a good Marvel movie. Like, you're going to really enjoy this movie.
It's just so warm and enjoyable, and it just makes your heart smile. And I love the family, and I love the fact that they had her family in this trailer. And I love her mom too, just the way, this cold way she's talking to Nick Fury, Captain Marvel, and she's like, where is my daughter? It's just like cold, straight up. I love those characters. I love that family so much. The scene where Brie Larson apparently pops up in the middle of a Bollywood dance scene, the little push and thing aside, I love that. But I'm telling you right now, good Canadian girl, Iman Vellani, is going to steal this movie. She's going to be acting alongside an Academy Award winner. And I can already tell you she is going to steal this movie. Because this trailer, and listen, I'm looking forward to the whole cast. I like Brie.
Yes. Yes, she is good. Don't judge Miss Marvel by the trailers. Watch it. She is very good. They knew exactly what this is one of their best casting choices in a long time. they really nailed it on the head with her casting.
Brie Larson very much. I like the Captain Marvel character. I liked whatever they're going to end up calling Rambeau's character, whether they call her Photon or something else in this. I liked her a lot in WandaVision.
I think in the Captain Marvel movie, wasn't her mother's call sign Photon? Or was it something else?
I did. And I was kind of thought, understandably so, that Iman Vellani, Kamala Khan, was going to be kind of the third level character. And she might be when we see the movie. But from the trailer, it kind of looks like hers. Oh my God, I laughed so hard in that scene where she pops up wherever Captain Marvel was and she's with the cat. And the cat eats the two things. And her reaction to it was just brilliant. I just loved it. And now, of course, this is coming from a guy who loved the show so much. So the fact that this trailer felt a lot like the show.
Yes, and it was actually like genuinely fun. I saw her reaction was just like, "Oh my God, what?" Like she's seen some weird stuff, but this is like top level weirdness for her. She's like, "What?"
Obviously, that's going to predispose me to probably enjoying it more than maybe a lot of other people. Again, we don't know anything about the story yet. I mean, it does kind of set up an explanation for what happened at in the post-credit scene of Ms. Marvel, right? So it kind of gives us understand, okay, somehow, some way, these three characters, their powers are intertwined. And something has happened that when one of them uses their powers, it causes a Freaky Friday situation where they swap places. Got that, but we don't really know that. Now, obviously, we have another accuser in this, right? So we see somebody carrying around the same kind of hammer that Ronan the Accuser walk around. So we've got our new accuser is there. Great. But we really don't know the story, and that's fine. First trailer that comes out 7 months in advance doesn't need to give us that. So I don't know what to tell you, except that it's not as good as the Ahsoka trailer, but I smiled completely from start to end of this trailer. I think it looks really delightful.
And it's the perfect teaser trailer. The teaser trailer is supposed to get you intrigued, like, oh, okay, I see this. I see what you're doing, Marvels. I see what you're doing. Like, it's intended to like bring you in, right? You're like, and I am very much in.
We'll see how it goes as they get into it. Anyway, Chris, you had a chance to see the trailer for The Marvels. I still feel it's too early to have dropped it. There must be a reason why they did it. But that aside, what did you?
I think it's a test. I think they're testing to see what the audience reception is to it, to set up like the future trailers. But I also think it's like a test of confidence too. I think when they finished it, they were like, "This is gonna be a good movie. People are gonna really like this movie," in my opinion. Hardcore Path of Exile is rough. I'll tell you that much right now.
Oh no. Let me see this here.
What is this thing?
Level 79.
This feels like a rip clip.
Oh no. Oh. He got killed by the mob, did an attack off screen, and then it gets him right there. And it gets him so fast that you can see here, like, look at his life, right? It says he's been slain, and he hasn't even lost any life. That's just how it is. Yep, there we go.
That is nuts, dude. Yeah, I've died like in the first act. In Crucible. Yes, it is that rough. Hardcore Crucible is rough. Oh, Mudahar streaming. Good for him, man. Eventually, I'll be popping these numbers soon. Did I say I was going to get more coffee and like watch that Mew Kitty video? I got this video up too. This is hilarious. I actually spoiled myself and actually watched it. Well, I was watching the Zonia video, Zonia stream. I was watching the Brittany Venti video, and unironically, it was actually a good video. And I can't believe I'm saying that about Brittany Venti, but like, it's actually a good video critiquing just pearly things. Action 2, got that. This is a great YouTube channel, man. It's just like a good, fun, wholesome channel about this woman and I think her partner running this. Oh my god, did he go to a Weeb convention? Yes, we're gonna watch this too. Each Defiance, Grandmasters are up too. I might not do Grandmasters today. I might do one tomorrow. I'm not like in the mood to like fucking lose my shit when like when a motherfucker keeps running into like the same place. But yeah. Why does he always wear a black suit? He goes God mode. Skeleton Crew. That would get popped if any sound was playing. I think I could watch it, but no, I wouldn't be able to put the sound on. For what? You can go ahead and do this. This is fine. I don't care. Charge him. I don't know what though. Go ahead and charge him. His poll numbers will go through the fucking roof. Intense religion debate. Exposing her past. Oh my god. Mizkif. You gotta stop, man. People are going, man. People are going. It's also like a reaction to like whatchamacallit. A reaction to like the critics who shitting on the movie too. We'll see what Brian Tyler Cullen has to say too. Save and watch later. We can do that too. So what we're gonna do is when we come back, we're gonna watch the Mew Kitty video. Then we're gonna watch Streamer TV. Cause I'm interested with that title. He baited me in with that title. It's a good title. And then we'll just go through and play some video games and just watch some videos. Sopranos Best Moments. Twitter Degeneracy, the official podcast, because it's official. All right, I'll be right back, folks. I'll leave you with some music, though.
People say that practicing Zen is difficult, but there's a misunderstanding as to why. It's not difficult because it is hard to sit in the cross-legged position or to attain enlightenment. It is difficult because it is hard to keep our mind pure and our practice pure in its fundamental sense. In Japan, we have the phrase shoshin, which means beginner's mind. If your mind is empty, it is always ready for anything. It is open to everything. In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. All right. God damn. Raised with the fire. Kind of makes sense with the little sizzling in the back. All right, the Mew Kitty video. All right, let me show her some love.
To see me troll around, I can't anymore because hypocritical lied so much about me and the situation.
Put her money where her mouth is.
That I was forced to re-edit my whole video and now debunk every single lie that was made. Everybody
shit.
Me is tired of this subject on him defending promotion of porn to kids. But I'm making this.
What? Hold on. This is not like the Moist critical like defense show, but he didn't like he didn't defend like pornography. He didn't defend that too. He did criticize. He made a video like criticizing it too. But like in that moment, like he laughed it off. Like if you want him to like do like a full-throated defense or criticism, he wasn't gonna do it like right then and there. That's just not realistic. Like at that point, I'm sorry. He's not gonna shit on the event while the event's going live. But if you watch like the full clip of that, of like what happened, he did say, and I quote, like, it's kind of weird that like you have a Fansly ad.
Video to show you in detail the real side of Moist hypocritical. So now I'm gonna debunk every single lie.
Oh my god, this
Manipulated, misrepresented me for millions of people that I'm never gonna get to prove wrong. After this video, you will not see his videos the same way.
Okay. This is like a fever dream already. Her editor is like top notch, man. Listen, whoever's editing this video, kudos to you. I'm like less than a minute in. I'm not even a full 60 seconds in. And I'm like, you got me. You quite literally got me.
First lie manipulates the narrative that he already said both are bad. But that clip happened after my video, when his own fans has pressed him for 1 week for saying nothing.
And on stream I talked about this last night, and I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video Mute Kitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad.
He never say outright both are bad. All the streams is on my second channel. He defended himself and argued with his viewers for 10 minutes. And after a long battle, he said it's not a great decision, but never said both are bad.
I outright say both are bad.
And this lie is important. He lies that the viewer didn't hear the full statement when the clip he's talking about is from the day before this recording, which is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments.
All right, hold on. Whoa, hold on. Go back to the timeline. All right, I remember this part of the video. I remember him saying exactly what he just said. Right? She's gonna play the clip here too, and he showed the clip. But was it criticism from April 3rd or was it from March 12th? That's the big thing. Did he criticize the stream? I mean, this is so silly, but like, this is like really silly. By the way, this is just like really silly, fun, something fun to watch. But so after the ad played, did he make that comment that he said like, it's weird that you're gonna have a Fansly ad at the Streamer Awards, like whatever the line is, right? Did he say that like after the ad, or did he say that line on April 3rd? That's what I'm confused on now. She's saying that okay, if I got this right, she's saying that he made the criticism on April 3rd. He didn't make the criticism after the ad played on the Streamer on March 12th when the Streamer Awards occurred.
It's from the day before this recording,
okay,
which is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement.
The next lie is also very important, and it's done many times, where he words, I didn't do the exact same statement, when he didn't do any statement at all.
Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor.
He keeps pushing on this narrative that we missed the clip that proves he's not a hypocrite. But the clip is after my video, the day before this video. So he uses the word prove, which in the viewer's minds means that he is proving something, but the clip is after my video. Guys, do you understand? The proof is after my video, weeks after Streamer Awards.
I necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all.
No,
10
no,
minutes of what
I
was
get
saying.
her
And
point.
Prove that it's there, right?
Okay, if I'm not gonna do this because I don't care that much, but if any like the quote unquote autists are out there using Chud Logic's terms, are out there, I'm looking at you, Queeman, are willing to go back to the March 12th VOD for when Charlie was watching the Streamer Awards and see if he made that criticism on March 12th or if he made the criticism on April 3rd. I would like to know. I honestly would like to know that now too, because I swear the clip that I saw was this clip here, It was from the March 12th stream of the Streamer Awards.
My video. Weeks after Streamer Awards.
I necessarily find it shocking that they didn't watch all 10 minutes of what I was saying. I'll go ahead and prove that it's there right now.
I apologize for like pausing the Mew Kitty video. I'm gonna try not to do it because this so far like this is like a work of art. I'm not gonna lie, like this is incredible. Oh my god, I can't believe like whoever the editor is godlike.
Now, real quick before getting into why, of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of the...
Imagine how many people.
All right, because when he was streaming it, he was watching like some moist. It was like the mogul moist or moist mogul, whatever, like the esports thing, the esports organization he runs with Ludwig now. He was wearing that on stream for the Streamer Awards, but he was wearing his normal white tee in that response video. Oh shit. I might have gotten it wrong and she's fucking right. Holy shit. She's got me like fucking doubting myself now. Oh my god. It took her like 3 minutes into the video. Oh my god, okay. Alright, my mind, the third eye is open now, Mew Kitty. I am receptive to like what you're saying now. I mean, I'm not gonna double check that. So like, you know, if an online author would like to do that for me and show me what they did, my mind can be changed. But I'm like 50-50 now. Oh my god, this is nuts.
People fell for this. Look at Asmongold's reaction.
I think that Charlie absolutely is in the right to make a video like this, even if like I feel like it's not as different as he's leading on to. At least I don't think it is. Fundamentally, like somebody made a video about him and misrepresented him, and then made him look bad because of the misrepresentation. I think that sucks. That absolutely sucks. There's no they're like. They didn't? Well, they did though, right? Because so showing a clip of him laughing and then not showing the context of him saying later on, like that it was weird. That's intentionally disingenuous. Like you're not going to convince me that not including that is intentionally disingenuous.
This shows how dangerous hypocritical is. The way he can twist.
Hypocritical. Oh my god, bro, this is like nuts, dude. She's like, this is a one-woman war against like the Twitch aristocracy. This is how they fall. They get taken down not by Twitch themselves, not by the estate, not by the CIA, not by the deep state, not by the swamp, but by Mew Kitty. That's just funny shit too. You know what would really make the knife like even deeper and hurt even more? If this was like Mew Kitty was like a VTuber.
Things and makes the viewer look on the situation from the false lens. He then lies about Fansly having a lot of obstacles.
So I viewed the advertisement very differently than a lot of people because even when you scan the QR code, you still don't immediately get porn. There's already a lot of degrees of separation and a lot of obstacles to go through.
What happens? This is crazy that this website is being promoted in front of hundreds of thousands of children because
yeah, I saw this video too. This is actually like pretty nuts too. That this guy like set up and it was like so easy to do too. I saw this video and someone I know like did it as well too, and they said it's like pretty fucking easy, and I trust their word. And I was just like, okay, because I knew of Fansly beforehand, before this whole situation happened, but I didn't think that it was like basically like OnlyFans, but it's basically OnlyFans. Yeah.
I am instantly greeted with an open vagina despite the account being underage.
He lies about now saying a statement immediately, which indicates to the viewer that he did say one, when he never did. Guys, he didn't until he got called out.
I'm hypocritical because I called Aiden Ross pulling up Pornhub weird and didn't immediately start. Then
lies again that it takes a lot of stuff to access it, when he just said that anyone can access, and you only need your Twitch account.
Is completely different than an advertisement to a platform which does have porn, but a lot of things that they'd have to do in order to access it.
He then ends the video with saying neither is great, but he only called out one, which is the point. But he still doesn't think he's a hypocrite. This is the best example of a hypocrite in denial.
So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. As I've said,
Dude, this is like fucking the counter is like so extra. Like, oh my god, this is like scathing, man. Holy shit. Who else was there's two people, right? Were there two people that could stream the Streamer Awards with Cutie's permission? It was Charlie here and somebody else, I think. I forget the other person. The other person went completely unscathed too. They're probably looking at this as like, I don't want to get involved in this shit too. But you know, the same thing, like what Aiden did, I think was like worse, yeah. But like the Streamer Awards and Fansly thing, like they had to have known that, like, you know your demographics. By the way, you do know your demographics, especially if you have a manager. They give you this information too. But at least on YouTube, I don't think that you have this. Maybe partners have it differently on Twitch, but on YouTube, you have your analytics. They do a good job of breaking it down for you too. So you know the primary, you know the country, you know their location, you know the general age group of the people that are watching your stream too. You know what I mean? Like you have an idea, especially when they talk and chat, like the words they use and how they phrase things. You can roughly tell like what age they are. Or if you have them come in on a Discord call, you speak to them. You know what I mean?
Said, neither one of them is great. I don't think either one of them is an amazing thing to do. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical. Neither one of them is great. So I still just don't think it's hypocritical.
He says both are bad, or in other words, neither is great, if the only one he called out was a stranger and the one he didn't was his business partner. Guys, how is this hard to understand? It's very simple. The subject was never which one is worse, but he changed it so automatically everybody agrees. But that's not the point, and it was never the point, not in my video, not of his own viewers, not of anyone that called him out. Now, let's hear all the lies about me, and how he mispresented me in front of millions of people. He says I don't like his content. Big lie, I've never said this.
Something that I'm personally a huge fan of, the same way that she doesn't like my content.
He also lies that I'm genuinely upset with him, when I've never expressed anything against him.
I always thought her content was supposed to be silly and over-the-top trolling, but she does seem genuinely upset at me, and I imagine it's because of my statements, and I also did say I'm not the biggest fan of the way she edits her content.
He then goes live after this video and keeps lying even more.
I just can't even understand there's a real debate. I know MewKitty's really upset.
He starts lying about me saying Aiden Ross did the exact same thing, when I've never said that.
I'd like her to put her money where her mouth is. If she really thinks that the Aiden Ross Pornhub situation is exactly the same as the QT Cinderella one, then I want her in her next video.
Then he lies about saying both are bad and called one much weirder, which indicates...
I would have to like go again. I'm not gonna do this, but I would have to go back and watch like her video on the Streamer Awards and like on Fansly. It was a couple other things too. I think it was about the hypocrisy of like the Twitch aristocracy, but like I would have to like to get better context. I would have to like watch that video again.
That he called...
I repeat, I'm not gonna do. I don't care like this much about it. I've made my. If I haven't made it already clear, I'll make it very clear too. I do think it's weird that you have a Fansly ad there when you know specifically that one, it does produce adult content. It said so in the ad. I do remember specifically that. I watched like a video about it like yesterday, the day before yesterday, and it distinctly said they have adult entertainment. They can only be taken one way. There's pornography on there, or at least sexually explicit materials that's not intended for people under the age of 18. I do think it's weird. All their audiences do skew younger. There are kids there too. I do find it weird that I find it weird, but I also understand too why they didn't age gate it. If they age gate it to 18 plus, one, kids are gonna lie about their age anyway. Two, if they age gated it, they probably wouldn't have as many sponsors as they have too. By the by, the type of sponsors you get on Twitch too are not like Gatorade and Coca-Cola. It's only because of it is a video game platform, and it does skew a little bit younger on the platform too. That's why you see so many fast food and like delivery sponsorships on the or delivery ads on the platform too. I think that's the reason why Twitch is allowing like more different types of content outside of video game content too. But YouTube doesn't have like this problem because YouTube is an ad company, and there's so much content from all over the place. You have sponsors. You can see the type of sponsors that are on or ads that play on certain videos too. Like if you watch like a video from like the NFL, you're probably gonna get a Coke ad. Like you're gonna get a traditional ad. It's the same way you'll see it like on TV, versus something like maybe Asmongold, and he's talking about like big titty cat streamers, cat girl streamers. You know what I mean? You might not get a Coke ad, but you'll get like, I don't know, like a Magic Spoon ad or something like that, or something along those lines, like those ads too. By the way, Magic Spoon is delicious. I love their peanut butter flavored cereal. That's one of the best flavors in my opinion. That's neither here nor there. Sponsor me, Magic Spoon. But yeah, I do see that as weird too, because remember the Atrioc and Deepfake situation a long time ago, and Cutie Cinderella heavily criticizing female Twitch streamers essentially promoting their OnlyFans with direct links, and even using Linktree before. Like this is like all well known, So, but I also understand from the capitalist standpoint too, if you want to go through that analysis too, these events are expensive, and you need sponsors to be able to pay for things in the event so you don't go broke. So I understand that too. Personally, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me too much too. But you can't say you want to ban like something like as harmful as gambling. You still maintain traditional sports gambling, and there's still slots, just not from stake, on the platform. Say you have an issue with OnlyFans and OnlyFans being promoted, but it's okay to have Fansly and other like associated websites on the platform as well that do point to sexually explicit like content, and say like, it's just double speak. And the thing is, the internet, people are gonna call you out on it too. But the thing is, it's allowed because the platform allows it. So this is a platform problem. So it feeds into like what Train, and I used to not believe this, but the more and more I'm like doing this now, I do see it now. It does feed into like what Train and Destiny talk about. Twitch does pick and choose who the winners or losers are. They do listen to a certain type of people, and there's a certain type of people who work behind the scenes on Twitch, and they allow certain things to happen. So, and now I got no problem with certain things like happening because they generally align with my political alignment too. I'm not okay with like the crazy bans and everything like that too, and the lack of transparency. I'm always going to be against that too. But Kick is kind of like this, trying to figure some stuff out too. Is in the early stages too. But late night Kick is wild, dude. Even on the weekdays, it's wild. It's just big titty streamers and micro bikinis with their asses out, and slots, and Aiden Ross apparently drinking lean off stream. But that's just how these platforms go. So if Kick's gonna have to clean up the moderation big time too. Also, like I said this before, like if you guys can integrate with Stream Elements, I don't know what's stopping you, but Stream Elements or some other bot like Nightbot or something like that, if you guys can integrate like those bots with Kick Chat, that'd be greatly appreciated. Other than that, yeah, the criticisms are fair so far. I would have to like get greater context and watch those clips. I'm not gonna do that, but the criticisms so far are fair, right? At least the broad strokes are fair, because there does seem to be like, and this is pretty common in the entertainment business, the people at the top tend to protect themselves, right? Because they benefit from their collaborations and working with each other too, and they get to pick and choose who they get to bring into the club, right? So as long as you play nice, do what they want, and you make content that they can use themselves, they'll bring you to the club too, and they'll give you the quote unquote rub. So then rinse and repeat. The cycle continues again. And usually what happens is when you have something counter to what the establishment wants, like the WL community, there's going to be a clash. But the WL community is thriving. Even though they're getting banned, they're still thriving on the platform. And unironically, if Kick was smart, they would give them like all the money to come to their platform so they can do whatever the fuck they want on the platform. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens.
Cute is weird when he never did.
I don't know how many times I have to say they're both bad, but one's definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder.
And keeps on lying about doing it much quicker. But quicker than what? When he never did it. And that is why everybody's calling him out.
But one is definitely worse, which is why I called it much weirder and much quicker.
And one of the most biggest lies is that he said that it was not good and he was uncomfortable when he saw the ad on Streamer Awards. This never happened.
As opposed to laughing and then saying that, yeah, that was uncomfortable and not good.
Let me prove it for the lazy ones.
Which is me.
That, sign in using your Twitch account and see which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Fansly has a whole algorithm dedicated to discovering new content and creators through the Fansly For You feature. Swipe and discover today at fansly.com.
I gotta tell you, I'm not too confident about that.
Click the checkbox and subscribe.
This is just my little tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think Prime's on its way out within the next 2 or 3 years. Prime won't exist. They lose a ton of money on it. Hey, that's all good.
That video was amazing. I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor Fansly for sponsoring the Streamer Awards. Make sure you follow the Fansly account for exclusive behind-the-scenes content and get a free trial of their top creators only at fansly.com/streamerawards. Speaking of artists in our community, can I get everyone on their feet to welcome our next musical act?
Oh, we have live music? Who we got?
Charming.
Oh shit! This is, oh my god. The editor, whoever the editor is, I know she's mentioned him before in a past video. And I like Charlie too. This doesn't like. I still think he's a good guy too. But you could see in her eyes too when she was reading the ad. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna catch some shit for this." Let's go back to like Cutie reading the ad.
I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor Fansly for sponsoring the Streamer Awards. Make sure you follow the Fansly account for exclusive behind-the-scenes content and get a free trial of their top creators only at fansly.com/streamerawards.
Let's go frame.
Behind-the-scenes content and get a free trial of their top creators only at fansly.com/streamerawards.
Right there. That's the frame right there. She finishes reading the ad and she knows. That's the look right there. She knows she's gonna catch some shit for the Fansly stuff. She knows. Listen, she's a smart woman, right? She put all this together. She grew. She's one of the top female creators. Like on the platform. She knows. She knows how it is too. So she's smart. She understands like she was gonna catch some shit for it too. Yeah, I swear I thought Charlie said something, was criticizing it. I must have gotten it, but yeah, it's a different shirt. He was wearing the white shirt when he criticized them. Yeah, I was wrong. I cannot believe she did this too. Where are we? We're like 8.5 minutes into the video. Yep.
Speaking of artists in our community, can I get everyone on their feet to welcome our next musical act?
Oh, we have live music? Who we got?
Charming Joe will be joining us.
Oh, I love that guy. Wait, that guy's so fucking hype. Let's get it.
He then keeps on lying that there is an 18 verification when he just admitted in his video that he posted that there isn't.
He's saying there's no 18 plus tag on the Fansly ad, whereas Kick you have to verify being 18. Yeah, but on the actual porn website you have to verify being 18. So if we're going to talk about verification, then you would still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly. I thought you had to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content, but according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible for anyone of any age. There's not a whole lot of security to it based on the things I've read, which is knowledge I didn't have last night. Still need to verify you're 18 to see the porn with Fansly.
He then keeps on brainwashing the narrative that he didn't do it immediately when he never did anything. It's a lie, guys.
But one is clearly worse than the other. The one that I talked about in the like immediately after it happened, and then the one I didn't talk about immediately after it happened.
And now he lies again and said that it was kind of weird when I just proved that he did it.
Immediately after it happened, I laughed and then said later, wow, that was kind of weird.
He then lies about me harping on him and bringing him up. I think this is to make his fans defend him, but I never harped on him.
That's her whole point. Why don't you keep bringing me up and harping on me? Because I laughed at it.
Even his own viewers refute that lie.
Not harping on you? She's made 3 tweets about me today alone. What are you talking about?
I just posted some memes and those was after the video I showed. Now that I've shown how much he lies, I'm gonna touch on why he's a hypocrite. Same thing happened when they tried to scam their fans with overpriced computers. He only changed when they exposed him. Then suddenly criticism exists.
I mean, they did change it though. That was the thing. The market, like, they were going off of like an older model, older prices because the market was different. Then they subsequently changed it after like backlash. I mean, isn't that like? I feel like I'm defending like Moist Critical, like here too. But like that's what like a good company does. You know, there was an outrage about the prices. The community or like the consumers like told them, hey, we're not going to buy the product unless you mention prices, and they subsequently changed the prices, which is ultimately like a good thing. Good companies do that, you know.
I knew that brain dead take was coming. What is the point of criticism if you don't want to see a change?
But not for a single scammer that he made a video on.
We tried to take this down according to the mods. Props them for not backing down. And instead, every threads removed. We said no. I mean, Anthony talking about trust and client satisfaction while mods banning anyone criticism the new company. Jesus.
And on the Miskiff incident, the owner of Starforge, which he is a co-owner of, he never mentioned his name in the video. Is that a coincidence? Well, when Rich Campbell got kicked out of OTK, he didn't make a video on that either. So I see a pattern, and I called it out. So that's why he's so mad and lied about everything.
Mew Kitty video. Mew Kitty says Mew Kitty's really upset. I'd like her to put her money where her mouth is. If she does that, then yeah, absolutely, I'll eat shit on it. I would love to see her do the Aiden Ross Pornhub moment. Oh, I'm not even talking about X. I just saw Mew Kitty's response. I'm like I said, I'm pretty sure she just trolls. It was her just once again saying cope, but she seems like legitimately upset and like. And again, I'm saying if she really feels that way, it's Mew Kitty's whole point. Then in her next video, she needs.
I challenge Mew Kitty to do the Aiden Ross video. That would be fucking fire. I think that would be fire. Yo, this is like nuts. She's like blowing up hardcore, man. She is like blowing up hardcore. Good for her. God damn. Oh my god, this is like nuts, dude. God. She's right. That's the funny thing. She's right. Unless you go back to that stream and he did say, I swear that it all got blended together then when he made that April 4th video then, because he's wearing a white t-shirt. Unless he was wearing a white t-shirt during the Streamer Awards and he decided to put on his Moist Esports t-shirt or jersey, what have you. Oh my god, that's like fucking nuts, dude. Like how you're fucking okay. All right.
Needs to play the. That's her whole point. Why does she keep bringing me up and harping on me? If she wants to critique QT Cinderella, clearly not her whole point. She's made 3 tweets about me today alone. What are you talking about? Or if Mew Kitty's here, I'd love to talk to her.
So they're all right. So it's probably people like DMing him and like adding him on Twitter. So he's obviously gonna take a look at it.
Oh, for the slow people, why Moist is a hypocrite is because he didn't say anything until he was called out by me, a small YouTuber. And even after getting called out by me, it took him a whole week of his own fans and pressing him every single day on live stream for him to say something, which he was aware of.
Why do I keep getting this question? Are you talking about the Moo Kitty video?
And when he responded to this, to the promotion of porn to an audience full of minors, his response was, yeah, it's not a great decision. It's just one of those things.
Of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of those things, yeah.
One of those things? Like it's a daily thing we all do? Do you guys promote porn on a family-friendly show daily? What does that even mean? The guy is minimizing a disgusting thing for 10 minutes. And the reason? Because it's his business part.
She's like playing it up right now. She's playing it up.
I've never talked to QT like in my life outside of DMs. What are you talking about?
He changed subject and started pointing fingers like a little child. But the main point remains. If I didn't call it out, he would have never said anything. And the reason is because it's his business partner. So, if Moit's hypocritical admits that the ad is wrong, then he is a hypocrite because no statements were made. But if you think it's not wrong,
dude, she is. God
Can you
damn.
explain the law to your friend?
Obscene matter to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such material to a minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under the federal law. Oh shit.
So, I challenge Moist Hypocritical to debunk all these lies, or you will always be remembered as the hairy Pinocchio.
Yo, what is this? Oh my god. This fucking music, dude, it's just like so violent, dude. It's so crazy. Dear God Almighty. Damn, still no score. Bro, this is like nuts, man. So violent.
I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas
Okay. Sorry, Ben. That's just. All right, we'll get to Ben and like actual like politics and like whatnot. This is nuts. Okay. So Streamer TV.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news we have Hassan. Now, during a recent live stream, Hassan was caught by fellow YouTuber Mew Kitty. Over on Twitter, she calls out Hassan for banning people in his chat whoever mentions Kitty. What are you guys' thoughts on this? Let me know in the comment section below. And in other news, we have Jenna. Now, today she got hit with a Twitch ban for one day because of her bunny suit. Now, since YouTube is sensitive like Twitch, if you want to check out her ban reason, the link to my Twitter is in the description, and share your thoughts in the comment section below. Train reminisces about the time he slept with a male to female woman.
And in the car, she's like, I need to tell you something. I'm like,
well, at this time you were oblivious. You had no clue.
I was still oblivious. Yeah, I was pretty up. And I remember we were in, I forgot what we were in, the Uber. We were in something, maybe a taxi. I don't know what it was, but I remember she said, I need to tell you something. I'm like, what is it? She's like, do you want to address the? Should we address the elephant in the room? I'm like,
shrunk, you mean?
I was like, what do you mean? Like, I was truly oblivious. And she's like, well, I'm assuming, I was kind of insecure. I'm assuming that why, I didn't let you go farther down, or, I'm like, no, I really didn't think anything of it. And that's when she then presented herself. She's like, I'm a man.
She said she's a man.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a man. She's
Thank
like,
God I don't.
XQC doesn't want to react to Adrian Lee's case.
Yeah, bro.
You know what? Yeah, dude. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what it does. I don't even know what year it is, bro. What the I just look at it. I don't even know who the makes this content. Anyway, yo.
Nick would never cheat on Milena.
You know what it is? I think it's some deep-seated insecurity that you think I'm some cheater.
You know, everybody else is going to be reacting to that if there's like an actual court case, right? Like if they filed the petition initially, and from what I understand, like nobody's been served yet. So, well, Carl's Jr.'s Jack in the Box. I don't think I've ever had Jack in the Box. All right, anyway, but if there's an actual like trial or something like that, which I don't think there's gonna be a trial, everybody's gonna be watching that. Everybody's gonna be watching that. So take what X said there with a grain of salt.
I would never cheat on you.
She's like, Fresh would be like, you pussy, she's gonna take advantage of you, she's gonna take your kids, she's gonna take everything from you, she's gonna take your house, your car, everything from you. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do it. I can't like yell like that. It's not even like that late, like where I'm at right now, too. Just like I don't want to like disturb my neighbors.
Publicly.
That's good time.
Okay.
Miss Tricky drinks E-Rob's spit bottle.
Ew, what was in there?
What? You didn't just drink my water, did you? The tricky, that was spit.
Are you serious? I thought I brought water in here.
Why did you? No. All right. Okay. That's kind of gross. No. Did you just take and drink like a random bottle of water in there? Like if it was already there, I would have like not even touched it. I would have been like, hey, can I get like, I'm gonna go to the kitchen and grab some water. Like what the fuck, man? Come on.
I didn't think you would drink it. Nasty fuck. Bro, I didn't think she would drink it.
Soda Poppin' and V on what they want to do now that she's been mailed to Austin, Texas.
I still gotta take her to Costco. I can't believe that's on my like list of things to show her. I gotta take her to Costco. Oh, she's got her own thing she wants to see. She wants me to take her to Olive Garden. She wants to go to Olive Garden. I don't know.
Aiden Ross plays an emotional video about his relationship with Hassan. I ain't been little bro no more.
So always gotta find a way to pick on me, man. Little bro me. I ain't being little bro no more. You got pressed. You're kill yourself. Oh, nice.
Would you?
He said some shit. I forgot. Where he's like, you going broke now that you can't gamble anymore? It's like he tries to throw these little slick comments on camera, but off camera.
Yeah, it's a joke, man. Oh my god. What the fuck? How would you take that seriously? Jesus Christ, dude. He is like, yeah, I tweeted that out. Yeah, I sent him a job application because he's not making $30 million a month. He's only making like 4 or some shit.
Squeaks breaks the fourth wall with the new bit.
I remember that. That was actually pretty fucking funny by Hassan. I thought that was hilarious.
Is that
oh, we saw this one.
Because guess what? How stupid do you feel? Seriously, you probably feel so dumb right now. Yeah, I have real coffee in there, bozo. Why are you guys writing question mark? That's a classic pan bit? You think I poured it into a pan? Well, guess what? You don't know me at all. Seriously. Here we go. So get real.
Well, can you explain the joke? Bro, I've already said the joke 100 times. This is my last time saying it. I made a joke on like, oh, certain people are, are Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. And people took a lot of offense to that, and the group disbanded over that joke.
XQC gets ambushed.
He was here to stay, and some people didn't like that. Those people were known as the Poggers community, or as Aiden called them, the L Nerds. This community is basically composed of all the top
Come on, man. What is this ambush,
streamers on Twitch who helped build the platform's foundation years before Twitch was as popular as it is today. Poggers is an emote that people spam in the chat when something good or funny happens. Aiden's community is known as the W and L.
Patrick, man. Yo, he watches, man. He's a watcher, man. What a motherfucker. What a
That community is composed of Aiden's friends.
Call it a dub. Cringe.
Man, what is that supposed to mean?
Music to my ears, baby. Call that a dub, and I call it a dub, and I call that a dub, and I call it a dub. What you call that a dub? Call it a dub. What up, Sojo? What up, Sojo? Oh my God, what a dub.
I just realized I'm rooting for climate change. I think I'm on team CO2. I just realized. Like, maybe the Earth wasn't made for humanity. Oh, hey, speaking of humanity, use my fact.
Nem shows off his TikTok with microscope cam.
You might want to look away. Okay, where is it? Look at it! Apollodus was on you! Oh my God, if it moves, I'm gonna freak out. Oh, bleh, bleh, bleh. Oh my God, it is moving. Ah! Ah! Okay, that's too much for me, man. I can't handle it, dude. Even though it's
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips,
Alright, man.
be sure to
I'm not
subscribe
a bug
and turn
guy either. That would have freaked me the fuck out,
and I'll
too.
see you guys
I don't think I would have done like the microphone, not the microphone cam, the microscope cam.
Sword that came out.
Wait, what happened?
Subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
We're gonna come in my face. We're gonna use sword that came out so long.
Alright, I don't know. It's low brow, but it's good, man. It's good. Alright, what do we got? Oh, what's going on here? We can do save the watch later. Save the watch later. Dude, legitimately, I have not played. I'm like 5.5 hours in this stream. I have not done. Oh my God, yes, please. And we have not done any. We have not done any video gaming yet. What is this? I actually really like Profane.
What's up, Guardians?
He does a lot of cheese videos for like some hard content here on Destiny 2.
Thanks for checking out the video. Today we're jumping into the first Grandmaster of Season of Defiance, the Proving Grounds, a time-old strike that veteran Guardians know all too well. Bungie has made a few changes though, like to the active modifiers. The biggest change being the removal of match game, which I am so very happy about. But there have been some other adjustments that we'll cover in today's video. We'll be going over all the best loadouts, current functioning cheeses, workarounds, and tactics in taking on the Proving Grounds on Grandmaster difficulty, whether you're going in with a team or trying it solo. This week's reward is the Hung Jury, with adept versions only available through Grandmaster. The Hung Jury is an amazing kinetic scout rifle that can now drop with kinetic trimmers. The Proving Grounds puts you up against Keitel's forces on Nessus, where you'll face unstoppable and barrier champions. There will be a heavy amount of phalanx shields, as well as void, solar, arc, and strand shields. Scorched Earth is active, giving the Cabal more grenades to throw. I recommend the use of solar and void resistance, as well as concussive dampener to lighten the blow from grenades and various area damage. You will receive a 25% increase in solar and strand damage, and snipers will also get a 25% increase in damage. The Arbalest, Wishender, Revision 0, or Outbreak Perfected will make great exotics to combat the barrier shields. Polaris Lance, Malfeasance, and Skyburner's Oath can make for great exotics to use against the Unstoppables. I recommend using Skyburners for a few different reasons. Firstly, it does bonus damage to Cabal, plus it's solar and emits Scorch, which is very strong in this Nightfall. Additionally, the Skyburners is the only weapon that can glitch out the Cabal shields. When aimed down sight, the Skyburners can pierce through those shields and disable the generators, making it a lot safer for your team to engage these bosses. Ultimately, I do find it better to run double primaries so that I can always take on a champion without having to rely on a cooldown or a teammate. With Grandmaster level content, I find it best to equip loadouts and builds that overall focus towards team support and survivability, which is why I'm utilizing Stasis on my Warlock with the Stag exotic. I can keep enemies frozen, stun Unstoppables, and provide both health and resistance whenever standing in a
I
rift.
wonder if my solar build will work here too,
You'll want to
especially with
skip around a
Skyburners.
traditional path. Go to the very far left and go all the way back towards the very back left. There will be a few turrets that you'll need to take down along the way, but this will be the best spot to take on each wave of ads that are in this first area. This provides great cover and gives you a better vantage point against these space rhinos. You can also use the pipes that are exposed on the top back left area to hide out from the enemy. This is a great spot to dip out to if attempting this as a solo guardian. This mini boss will pop its shield once reaching half health. This is where the Skyburner's Oath can really come in handy. Otherwise, you can position yourself to where the generator is between you and the boss, so that he shoots the generator instead of shooting you. But honestly, I just find it easier to use Skyburners. Once the mini boss is down, you'll be on your way to the vehicle bay, which can become a huge clusterfuck. So first and foremost, do not jump down until both of the Cabal mini tanks have been taken down, or the interceptors, whatever you want to call them. You can crouch in the corners just above the hole and pick off the Scion drivers. You should also be able to clear out a few additional rank and file ads while you're up here. Thankfully, a lot of the enemies will stand right next to the gas tanks. When you do drop down, the snipers on the left and right balconies need to be prioritized. You'll really need to be keen on your spatial awareness in this area. Stick towards the front of this room where you first drop in, and utilize the barriers that are on the left and right sides to cover. When the big tanks come in, you could use an interceptor to ram them, destroying them instantly, but when in the realm of Grandmasters, that puts you at a greater risk. So I would advise to hang back towards these barriers and bounce between the sides. You don't want to stay in the same spot for too long, and you don't want to stay bunched up together as a team. This will cause the tanks and all of the other enemies to lock onto you more easily. You'll need to focus on taking out the tanks before moving on to the champions and mini bosses that are in this arena. There will be a second set of snipers on the balconies, and there will be packs of Cabal dogs that rush you at different points, so be sure that you don't get stuck staring down your sights for too long. The next few areas act as a slow transition to the final boss room that have you redirect the ship's power flow. Don't overrush this area. There are several snipers and turrets along the way, along with gladiators that can become very overwhelming. So be sure to clear out the
They are
enemies
tanky as all hell,
before
man.
trying to
It's
deposit
fucking
the
rough.
battery core. Once you've made it to the Champions Arena, you'll be facing a Cabal boss that launches devastating solar mortars, fires a heavy void launcher, and has an entourage of unstoppable champions. While staying here in the front behind the barriers is an option, it's a risky one because you can get overwhelmed very quickly from the various boss attacks, plus all the rank and file ads that come in. I find it best to head towards the back to where the tunnel cooker is. This does turn on and off and will emit burning damage, but there's a special spot smack dab in the middle where you can stand on either of the side skirts and not take damage. This tunnelway also allows you to split the arena and can provide a great getaway route when avoiding the champions boss, or the mortars. At each health segment, the boss will summon champions and will spawn his shield. At first, the shield will be smack dab in the center of the room, but then it will be on the top podium for the second go. The Skyburner's Oath shows its worth once again, as you can easily disable the generators by using Skyburner's Oath. But otherwise, you'll want to keep the generator between you and the boss. Slowly pick away at the generator, only engaging it when you're at full health. A good solar or vortex grenade, or a Witherhorde blast right on the generator can always help out too. Be sure to save supers for when the champions spawn out, and don't forget to use the tunnel way for a quick out. Overall, the Proving Grounds is not an overly complicated Grandmaster, but it is one that can be unforgiving. But by using the tips and tricks that we've covered today, you should be able to easily clear the Proving Grounds on any difficulty, so that you can walk away with some sweet loot and some awesome god rolls of the Hung Jury, to which I wish you all the best in luck in completing. Let me know your thoughts on Grandmasters in the comments below, and how you feel about their difficulty compared to previous seasons. That's going to wrap things up for today's video, but thank you as always.
It's intended to be like some of the
out.
hardest content in the game, Grandmasters.
Then be sure to hit that like button below, along with the subscribe button if you're new. Both are greatly appreciated, and both really do help support the channel. And until next time, Guardians, this has been Profane, wishing you all some happy hunting.
Now look at that. Usually, is he gonna show off the gear? All right, good stuff. I'm getting like super tired right now. I might just like call it quits after this.
What's up, Guardians? Profane here. Thanks for checking out the video. I have not been this impressed by a legendary scout rifle in quite some time. The revised Adept Hung Jury was released today, with the introduction of Grandmasters in Season of Defiance, and this has quickly become one of my favorite weapons this season. A kinetic scout rifle that offers some extremely rare and top tier traits and combinations that you will not find on other weapons. The Hung Jury is a 180 RPM scout rifle that has top of its class range, stability, handling, aim assist, and impact. This gun is absolutely stacked. It's snappy, it's easy to use, and can come with some absolutely mind-blowing trait combinations. Flared magwell will make for a top-of-the-line magazine option, while corkscrew rifling will be a great choice in barrels. In the left column, Hung Jury can now drop with either offhand strike, surplus, shoot to loot, subsistence, no distractions, or rapid hit. Rapid hit and subsistence are definitely the standouts of this bunch, but with the reworks that shoot to loot will be seen, this could be an amazing trait to have on the Hung Jury. In the right column, Hung Jury can drop with either Firefly, Gut Shot Straight, Adiajo, Box Breathing, Frenzy, or Kinetic Tremors. Frenzy and Firefly are top-notch traits, but Kinetic Tremors is absolutely broken right now and deals out massive amounts of damage. That's great for chewing through ads or leveling champions. And it is with Kinetic Tremors that the Adept Hung Jury can have an enormous advantage over any other weapon in its class, thanks to the Adept Big Ones mod, which provides a bonus in damage against champions, bosses, and vehicles. Not only does this increase the damage of each shot from Hung Jury, but it also increases the damage that's emitted when Kinetic Tremors activates. Against this unstoppable champion in this week's Nightfall, Kinetic Tremors deals almost an additional 1,000 points of damage when using the Adept Big Ones mod, which is just absolutely insane. The Hung Jury also comes with 3 different origin traits, including Stunning Recovery, which triggers health regeneration and partially refills the magazine when stunning.
That thing is clutch too.
Just one of the many
All right, we get it. I might just end the stream now because I am like legitimately tired. I need to get like a normal sleep schedule too, so I don't think I'm gonna even like be playing. But tomorrow I'm gonna be playing some games. tomorrow too. And today's the reset too, so tomorrow we'll get back into it too and do GMs.
If you're coming here to see me troll around, I can't anymore, because Hypocritical lied so much about me and the situation
Put her money where her mouth is.
that I was forced to re-edit my whole video and now debunk every single lie that was made. Everybody
The editing is nuts.
tired of this subject, on him defending promotion of porn to kids. But I'm making this video to show you in detail the real side of Moist Hypocritical. So now I'm gonna debunk every single lie and show how he manipulated, mispresented me for millions of people that I'm never gonna get to prove wrong. After this video, you will not see his videos the same way. First lie manipulates the narrative that he already said both are bad. But that clip happened after my video, when his own fans has pressed him for 1 week for saying nothing.
And on stream, I talked about this last night. And I'll go ahead and get this out of the way right away. During that stream, and in the exact same video Mute Kitty has posted on one of her channels, I outright say both are bad.
He never say outright both are bad. All the streams is on my second channel. He defended himself.
Okay.
Just a sec.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I just think overall it's kind of hard to say everything about a certain topic. I don't know, but I don't know. I'll let it play, I guess.
And argued with his viewers for 10 minutes. And after a long battle, he said it's not a great decision, but never said both are bad.
I outright say both are bad.
And this lie is important.
Oh,
He
makes sense.
lies that the viewer didn't hear the full statement when the clip he's talking about is from the day before this recording, which
Okay.
is weeks after the call out.
Pretty clear from reading her comments, not like her personal comments, but like the audience comments, that the majority of the people didn't even watch the full statement.
The next lie is also very important, and it's done many times, where he words, I didn't do the exact same statement, when he didn't do any statement at all.
Thus, I disagree that it's hypocritical that I made statements about Aiden Ross and the porn thing being really weird, and I didn't make the exact same statements for QT Cinderella's Fansly sponsor.
Guys, this is what I said last time. I think sometimes the thing will match the reaction. If somebody shows porn on stream, and then your reaction is like, okay, that's cooked up. That's what the fuck. That's this porn, and then somebody did the ad thing, and then he laughed. I think you're kind of like matching what happens to whatever, right? If somebody comes in and takes a hammer and just goes bang on somebody, you go like, what the fuck is going on? And if you look at watch a video and somebody slaps on you, you go like, the fuck? I think the reaction matches the what's going on. I think that's just kind of how we operate as people.
Keeps pushing on this narrative that we missed the clip that proves he's not a hypocrite. But the clip is after my video, the day before this video. So he uses the word prove, which in the viewer's minds means that he is proving something, but the clip is after my video. Guys, do you understand? The proof is after my video. Weeks after Stream Awards.
Necessarily find it.
Okay, hold on. Guys, I'm being developed. I promise you, I'm being reasonable here. Okay, listen. Chat, really fast. I'm gonna speed on. Okay, boom. This is a meter. Okay, chat. This is a meter. Okay, this is a meter of severe. You relax. This is a meter of severity of the action. Okay, and this is a meter. Okay, you know, like a meter, like this, right? Usually, the way things work in real life is like this. Okay, so this is sort of this is the action, right? And this is the reaction. Okay. If something of this degree happens, you expect people to react in about a reasonable scale in that area. So like, let's say from here to here. You want to react according to what happens, right? And if it's bad, if there's something that's really bad, you expect them to react in about this area, right? About the same amount of area, right? So if something is really bad, if somebody says, dude, you're a doo-doo head. You're like, oh. And so he says, wow, you're a, and he says a really bad word. You're like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Jesus Christ. Who raised this fucking guy, man? Right? I think you guys can understand this, right? So, let's say in this case, you have a really bad word, you know, really bad word, and then you have doo-doo head. Okay? I just feel like, guys, I'm playing devil's advocate again. I think what Mojo was saying is that when he laughed at it, it matches the severity, or it states that he thinks it's bad, right? And whenever the other thing happened, whenever Aiden did his own thing, he reacted this way. That's what he's saying. I think he's matching the reaction as in like, yeah, it's bad. I think that's what he's saying, right? I think that's what he's getting at.
Oh, dude, I'm like already lost, like trying to like follow X here. No, that's not like what she's like really saying. She's saying the criticism she has is he's making statements in this video here when he's in the black t-shirt saying that he criticized the Fansly thing back like after the ad played is what she's like what she's arguing, right? From what he posted in this video here. But from what I understand after we just watched that video, she's saying her his like the responses against the Fansly video happened after she made her criticism video, and then he made a video subsequently after that too to address like the Fansly ad too. So he wouldn't have done it unless it blew up on the internet and her video blew up and everybody was talking about it. That's what she's trying to say. I don't know what the fuck X here is trying to talk about too, to be honest with you.
That makes sense. I do think that, I'm gonna be honest with you, there is a small but noticeable lack of reaction on that part, which isn't too big to be alarming, but that's my thoughts about it. Whenever he watched the fan response.
Literally somebody said I'm lost already.
Maybe his reaction it wasn't up to par with the severity, but it's not by a big margin.
I don't care. I'm looking at his chat.
I'll go ahead and prove
Friend
that.
equals defend. X, you see, she's not talking about the reaction, you idiot. She's talking about the push after. Some sort of Pepega face.
There right now, real quick, before getting into why, of course, advertising Fansly, OnlyFans, or anything in front of an audience that has younger children on it, it's always going to be not a great decision. It's one of the
Imagine how many people fell for this. Look at Asmongold's reaction.
I think that Charlie absolutely is in the right to make a video like this, even if like I feel like it's not as different as he's leading on to. At least I don't think it is.
He only called out one, which is the point.
Can't even understand what she's when he speaks. Lacking dopamine. Yeah, because your brain's falling off on your motherfucking bitch ass motherfucker. Yeah, if you ever watch this motherfucker, what is this guy at? What is he at?
Did it, and that is why everybody's calling him out.
But one is definitely worse, which is why
I think his like, and I think it's kind of trolling though. Like I feel like you can kind of make up what people's feelings are based on what they do, right? I think that if you're having a conclusion about it, wrong or right, I mean it's still up to interpretation, and I don't think it's a lie per se. But I don't know.
Much weirder.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still like lost.
And one of the
He also looks like he's fucking tired.
Is that
Yeah, I think Prime's on its way out within the next 2 or 3 years. Prime won't exist. They lose a ton of.
that there isn't.
Dude, this is hilarious.
Tag on the Fansly ad, whereas Kick you have to verify being 18. Yeah, but on the actual porn website, you have to verify you were 18 plus in order to even get to the pornographic content. But according to some research now, it actually seems like Fansly is extremely easily accessible.
Guys, it's simple. You can put in the title, you can put in the panels, you can put it on screen, you can put it on the channel, you can put it anywhere. Okay, even having one of them gives you enough flexibility to say, yo guys, at least I try to put a safeguard. And you know what? Not everybody's going to agree with you, right? But objectively, you can make an argument. Let's say you're in court. You can make an argument that you tried. That's how it would play out, right? Legally and also kind of morally, right? But if you do absolutely nothing, then you have no plausible deniability across the board, nothing, and there's nothing you can say about it. That's just how it is. Oh sure, I'm from Quebec. It's 18 over there, so I don't.
Again, and said that it was kind of weird when I just proved that he didn't.
Immediately after it happened, I laughed and then said,
computers. On that either. So I see a pattern and I called it out. So that's why he's so mad and lied about everything.
The Moo Kitty video.
I think like at that point of the video when she was like making those connections, I was like, she's hardcore trolling for like views at that point. You know what I mean? This is where she like goes a little bit extra to get the views. You know what I mean? but listen, he's reacting to it. He's reacting to it. So
This Moo Kitty.
Okay. I think. Whoa. Okay. The severity and the reaction based on what happened with that decision was absolutely unhinged. That was.
What are you talking about? Or if Moo Kitty's here, I'd love to talk to her in front of an audience that has younger children on it. So
he says one of these things, as in it's in the.
Then, can you explain the law to your friend?
Obscene matter to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer such
This is
material to a
funny.
minor under the age of 16, including over the internet, is punishable under the federal law.
nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen with this too. I'll literally like look this up.
Including over the internet is punishable.
Can we zoom in a little bit more? Something law for minor. Oh. Oh my god. That website's probably gonna. There we go. Literally Department of Justice. Look at that. Okay. Stream was rule that transmit. Sending of obscene matter to minors. Any transfer or attempt to transfer, including over the internet, is punishable under federal law. It's also illegal to use misleading website domain names. In addition, visual representation such as drawing culture. Oh god. Federal law strictly prohibits distribution. As Reno versus the ACLU. Federal law strictly prohibits the distribution of obscene matter to minors. Well, here's the thing too. Was there an actual distribution of obscene matter to minors? I don't know if like the promotion of content that does contain like pornographic material in it would be well, no, let me rephrase it. Would a commercial promoting a website that contains sexually explicit images during an event that is watched by whatever amount of people, where if you break down, there's probably a significant amount of quote unquote minors in there, but there's probably like people, also adults as well. Would that count as distribution? And how is distribution here too? My thing about distribution is like you're literally making sure that you're metaphorically handing and literally handing probably like pornographic material to minors. I don't think that would fall under a obscenity standard. So this is subject areas. What is 18? Is that the relevant law? Keeping. Engaged in actual So is this the relevant law though? That's the thing too, because this is the obscenity standard, right? My issue is I just don't think it would be considered distribution if you because then one, you would have to prove that the material in question is obscene, right? It would be the Miller. This is what I was looking for. It will be the Miller test. Obscenity is defined as anything that fits the criteria of the Miller test, which may include, for example, visual depictions, spoken words, or written text. So, Miller tests. Miller test obscenity. Okay, let's go here. As a primary legal test to determine whether an expression constitutes obscenity is named after the U.S. Supreme Court decision Miller versus California. In obscenity cases, all right, they are, number one, whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find the work taken as a whole appeals to prurient interest, whether the work depicts or describes it in a patently offensive way, sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law, and whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. California law. California obscenity law. There you go. That's what I was looking for. Penal Code 3, production, distribution, or exhibition of obscene matter. Obscene. That's the 2007 part. CA.gov. Here we go. Go to the actual government website. Crimes against the person involving sexual assault, crimes against public decency and good morals. Obscene matter. Obscene matter means matter taken as a whole that the average person applying contemporary statewide standards, this is the Miller test, applies to the prurient interest that taken as a whole depicts or describes sexual conduct in a patently offensive way, and that taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Okay, so you remember, for any like lawyers out there or any law students, you got to apply each of these standards in turn. So prong one, whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find the work taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest, was prurient definition. Prurient interest meaning. There you go. Having or encouraging an excessive interest in sexual matters. Whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. This depends. It appears from the nature of the matter or circumstances of its dissemination, distribution, or exhibition that it's designed for clearly defined deviant sexual groups. The appeal of the matter shall be judged with reference to its intended recipient group. In prosecutions under this chapter, if circumstances of production, presentation, sale, dissemination, distribution, or publicity indicate that matters being commercially exploited by the defendant for the sake of its prurient appeal, this evidence is probative with respect to the nature of the matter may justify the conclusion that the matter lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. In determining whether the matter taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value in description or representation of those matters, the fact that the defendant knew that the matter depicts person under the age of 16 years engaged in sexual conduct as defined in subdivision C of section 311.4 is a factor that may be considered making that determination. I was going to include, this is definitions. This is what's going to, that's going to be a thing too. That's going to happen. It's a commercial for an adult app. I do not think like, I'm going to be very frank with you. If that was the case too, OnlyFans, not just Fansly, but OnlyFans and other like adult like advertisements too, because there's no guardrails with that stuff too. Like let's say you do like an Adam and Eve. If you don't know, it's like an adult like online store. If you do like an Adam and Eve sponsorship too, and there's probably like a couple of kids like in your chat that you're not aware of, would that count as distribution and via like U.S. obscenity laws, at least the federal law, right? I doubt it. It's a commercial. I just do not think that would count as it's a joke, I would think, but it wouldn't fall under like U.S. like federal law too. You can probably make it claim that it violates the Miller test, but I just do not think that they would consider a commercial to be commercial for a product that specifically contains explicit content, but you would have to subscribe to it, pay for it too, in that way too, because those are the guardrails. Right? Like, you obviously, when you log in, I would have to watch that video again too, because I think that guy had an account already too, made up, and he already paid for an account that has explicit content in it too, and that one video that she clipped, MuKitty that is. So I think that when it's a commercial, I don't think you can really prove distribution, to be honest with you, because you have to put in your information and you have to like pay to access like Fansly, right? Because I'm assuming it works like OnlyFans. Like, there's the main website, and then you search for the people that you want to search for, and then you pay for them specifically to access their content. So I just don't think like a commercial which points you to the website would be considered distribution and then be in violation of any, like, whether the state law or like a violation of the federal law.
Punishable under the federal law. Oh shit.
So, I challenge Moist Hypocritical to debunk all these lies.
That's actually an interesting like conversation too. I just don't think that would be the case too, because then let's say there's like a CBD commercial, right? But like some states, like CBD, the use of CBD is like illegal too. But let's say you get that commercial in Texas too. Would that company be liable if somebody orders like CBD and picks it up in a state neighboring Texas where it is legal? I don't think so. That would be that's when you would start having interstate commerce issues at that point. If I put my fake lawyer hat on.
Pinocchio.
Makes sense. I think it's important to keep track of I think there are some points there, right? I'm sure you'll it's gonna have to debunk, but I think some of these things are kind of subjective.
Some things are subjective.
To be honest.
Man, Israel Adesanya is too petty. Not only did he want his revenge on Alex, he went after his son as well.
Is this like her second channel? I'm actually curious. This is like her clip channel? Oh, this has 24 videos. Okay, this is not her. This is just like a fan channel. Okay. Because the profile pic is the same as her main channel. All right. Yeah, that's it. That's hilarious, man. Good shit. That's a good way to end it too. We'll go ahead and watch all this too. There's probably be more. Yeah, a lot of people are not happy with the Mandalorian this season, and I'm kind of worried about the Mandalorian too, because the first two seasons were good. I really liked them too. This third season, they're dropping the ball on it too. It's fun, and the ratings are dropping. People are not interested in it too, and I really don't know what they're doing. Yeah, this stream has gone really well too. I've definitely enjoyed what's going on with the stream. I think we're gonna end the stream now because I am tired. This actually, unironically, should be fun. So we'll go ahead and put this in watch later. So I'm gonna go ahead and end stream, everybody. I appreciate everybody's time and attention. And as always, I'm gonna be back tomorrow streaming again in an actual better time. Because I have a little bit more free time now. So probably going to be in the afternoon. We're actually going to play video games. I'm going to be doing a bunch of GMs. I'm going to farm out that scout rifle. It's one of my favorite scout rifles to use, the Hung Jury. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. See you guys later.